It is Wednesday, my dudes, which means it's time for the microwaved leftovers of 17 unfinished novels. It is April the 6th, 2022, session number 21. How's everyone doing?
So good.
So good.
So
And
good.
there it is.
Excellent. Last time, what did we do last time? We met with some pirates. You guys went over to Rhino's Eye and met with Mary Mac Walsh and the rest of the Sky Lords, namely Ed, Hateful Mira, and Hassan Saldaral, each of whom with a sizable fleet of hoppers at their disposal, who would be willing to consider assisting your efforts with the tar stacks for a nominal favor in order to gain their trust. Mary Mac, for her part, and for the general part of the islands as a whole, had some slightly more sizable demands in terms of retrieving an artifact from the depths somewhere, as well as giving over basically 1/3 of the land of the ladder to her people. You guys said, we'll get back to you on that. And headed up. Well, you headed down to kill some trolls and then some monkeys. You met Gregor Schmidt in Eastgate, and he seemed like a decent fella. Eastport, rather. And then you headed up to St. Aelith once again to meet with Ben. It seemed things were strange things were afoot with regards to the church in town. Things were not going super well. Some violent outbursts had occurred, and in general the populace seemed to be rather on edge. You guys met up with him briefly before adjourning for the evening. You guys have generally like a place to stay in town here that you guys have kind of to yourself, just like a small, basically like a converted hostel. So as a general rule, it seems like there are a good bit fewer people in town than you used to see here. You get the feeling that a lot of people wanted to get out of Dodge when things got rougher. So town's a little more opened up. But next morning, you can, that evening as well, you guys can set about doing whatever it is you wish to do.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't think I had anything else to do.
It was between bugs and stone monsters, right?
I think so.
Or were we planning on going somewhere else before doing the rest of the island chores?
I feel like we might as well do the island chores. Did Ben have anything more
Yes,
for
to
us?
come back soon.
Well,
Yeah.
you guys
No.
basically showed up at his
We're
house
there.
at like 10:30 at night, and he
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, we're there already. Yeah.
Right.
In the morning, we have to talk to him about the other stuff, but
Yeah.
For
And
now.
all of the
we told him like a little bit. We're like,
yeah,
we
you
have
just got
more to
like a
tell you.
small recap from him on what's been going on up here, but you haven't
Yeah,
really spoken
please.
to him in earnest.
'Cause we definitely did not tell him about the land situation and what they want. So we're gonna save that in the morning.
yeah.
We'll have to figure something out with him.
Yeah, and the whole
Yeah,
social
well-
situation with the religions and whatnot, that's complicated.
Yeah.
But I think once we lay everything out on the table, I think it'll be easy. I don't say easier, but then we kind of start piecing things together once we have everything laid out, you know.
We can certainly try.
And yeah, I don't know what else to do about that.
I don't think he does either.
No, certainly not.
No,
Well, might as well get some rest then, yeah?
yeah.
Okay, you guys can get a short rest easily enough. push button. I don't think you guys actually need.
No.
Well, Millicent's
I'm
got a little bit of damage, I guess, but
not gonna waste any more rolls. I'm gonna keep my dice. It's only
likely
2
a
left.
wise decision.
I have 2 left. I'm at a decent place. Okay.
All right, morning comes around. It is still lightly snowing here. Just kind of, it's like a weird, almost sleet kind of texture, but it's still falling rather lightly. Definitely very brisk and a good bit of wind as well. Generally just kind of mildly unpleasant.
Well, let's go head on over and get this over with. Oh, there was the mayor's in town as well,
Yes.
and perhaps we should have a
Speak to
conversation.
him.
Yes.
What we're asking is weird, but once we explain the relevance, I think he would understand.
Well, how much are we going to explain?
When it
That's-
comes to destroying a grave of a sacred place, all of it.
Yeah, that seems to be a current conundrum of how much information do we divulge on things, and thus far it's been we don't.
Oh, you mean your thing?
Yes. It doesn't feel necessary to have to say anything about that.
No, and I don't think he would ask. I mean, we explain that we have ties to Rusty and explain the relevance of the relics to what we're trying to do. So
Yes.
he would understand that.
Yeah. Sounds good. It's sounding like maybe we should talk to him anyways, besides that.
Probably.
As a side note, Rook, you were given that portfolio of randomly assorted notes from Byron over the evening. You did make an intelligence roll on that last time, which was very good, as I recall.
Yes.
It is... you spend the night just kind of looking at it, looking over it, trying to make heads or tails of it. This is a enormous stack of sheaves of parchment. Apparently Fantasy Grounds has disconnected for a moment here. Hopefully that resolves itself. They almost seem to be written in several different hand styles. They almost seem to be written in different ciphers and different amalgamations of codes and strange diagrams and drawings and maps. And it doesn't seem like... It seems like very much Byron or whomever wrote these notes, or whichever people wrote these notes, really did not want anybody figuring out what they were writing about. And it seems like what they were writing about is excessively complicated. There is a magical aspect to it. There are some glyphs that seem to be obscuring some of the meaning of what is written here. Some of the script almost seems to move and shift on the page. This is all very alarming to you, because this is like extremely high-level secrecy that's being involved in this. You can't make out too much over the course of your first night of looking at it, but you're able to piece together effectively what Halvad was able to tell you guys already, which is that there's something involved with the Blackmires and Andreas specifically. There's something involved with sorcery and clerical magic as well. And there's something involved with... It's difficult to say exactly what, but something geographic or topological about some of these, or topographical rather, about some of these diagrams. And as you spend more time with it in the future, if you're able to, you will be able to piece together more of what the hell you're looking at here. But basically, this is a night spent of just being like, what is this?
All right.
But ultimately, it's extremely alarming that something would be so well documented and also well obscured.
Great.
So with that in mind, where did you guys want to go back over to? Ben's.
Probably Ben. Ben's
Yeah, it was a
first.
Yeah.
That's what I was assuming.
Seems more important.
Yeah.
You can head that direction. You see standing outside the door are the two remaining members of the Jade Redoubt, Nathan and Afra. They both look rather haggard and worn down, but they are dutifully standing guard outside the door.
Okay. I was gonna ask at some point, like, are there other Redoubt members?
Yeah.
These are the two that are still alive.
Oh,
Oh.
so it's them and us.
Correct. These were
Hello,
the
hello.
originals.
Yes, you.
Yeah.
You see Afra just kind of... Yeah, hello. Actually, I believe Ben's personal bodyguard was still around as well. She's you saw her inside last night.
Oh, yeah.
How have things been?
Rather difficult.
What all has been going on? We've heard of some of the, well, fighting between religious groups, something
Yeah.
like that.
Well, it just seems to be a combination of those who follow the powers not being trusting of any adherents of the old way, and followers of the old way and having negative responses to that, and negative responses going back the other way at people who probably weren't involved. It's defacement of churches, destruction of idols, and
Oh,
it's a mess. Which I
Has it
think
been-
is exactly the intention.
yes.
Has it been escalating recently?
Steadily over the last couple of months.
Would you say it spiked from the attack, though?
Oh, yeah, it started with that.
Oh,
Mm.
Before then, the king
It
was
seemed
able to keep
more
a pretty
down low.
decent balance between them. Like, there was uneasiness. Following that coup in Godshold, there was some uneasiness as well, but generally, at least in this city, things were pretty fine.
and how did he do it?
Just let people be who they were, the same as we're trying to do now, but I think there's external factors that are making that somewhat more difficult now.
Yes. Yes.
Is there anything offhand you would think help alleviate the situation?
It's hard to say. We're just trying to maintain the peace and maintain the king and his father's safety. That's pretty much our primary concern. Indira is watching him day and night, and we keep watch outside, try to stop anything that we see within eyesight of the building, but there is a group of clerics who have tried to come together somewhat. I think you met a couple of them last time, but one of them is a dwarf. What is his? I believe Gond is his patron deity. Yeah, and then the halfling woman who follows Sune, and the mayor has been working with them. But people in general seem to just be losing faith in their various leaders. So
They are banding together to help alleviate all this?
doing their best, trying to rally together their people, but that makes their people start to question them and who they are aligned with.
Mm.
There's always been a slight undercurrent of disdain for the old way in this city and in others. But a lot of it just seems to be bubbling up to the surface now that it has excuse to. And for their part, the followers of the old way feel rightfully somewhat alienated and isolated and strike back when they're attacked. We haven't had any major brawls in the streets for a while, but small things that add up eventually.
Well,
which
we'll
again
see if we can.
is effectively likely what they wanted by doing this.
Of course.
I would agree. And we'll see if we can try to help in whatever capacity we could with that, though overall unease is not exactly a one solution deal.
No, it's not.
Just a question. In the ladder, is there anything for those of the old faith to... Are there temples for them and like places for them to go to?
Yes, there
Although-
are many. And we have part of what this small council has been trying to do is construct more in the wake of some of them being defaced or torn down. But there are plenty of temples to the old church as well, which even before all of this, Byron kept close eye and close guard on them. He, 2 decades ago when he declared the official state religion to be the new church, it was a very important concern for him that the people of the old way would not feel like they were being isolated or left out, or being forced to go along with something they didn't agree with. He wanted to make sure, that was a chief concern for him, to make sure that their temples were safe and protected. And I think there was some of his followers felt a little bit mistreated because of that. Like they were being treated with favoritism despite not following the new way.
Yes. Well, especially at this point. The ladder has the triumvirate, which is obviously something sacred, but just to that religion, right? That following.
Well,
And now the old ways don't have any... Well, they have some things, but they can't go to God's hold.
correct. Well, I would be able to have a rebuke for that, because up until very recently, the triumvirate was open to anyone who needed its assistance as a charitable foundation, but it was the head of the church for the powers, such as it was.
Yes.
Being separated
Totally.
from your religious homeland is difficult for them to swallow, I think.
Yes. I think that's adding to this.
I think you're right, but again, what exactly can we do about it? We can't exactly
You
send
mentioned
people
until
over there.
recently? Have they closed their doors to...
Yes, the mayor would be able to tell you more, but for now, it seems the other heads of worship at the Triumvirate have temporarily closed their gates to any but the devout for their cause, which has made things problematic.
Hmm.
To an outside perspective, I don't follow either. I can understand their concern for their safety, but I'm also sympathetic to my people in this city who have been somewhat disenfranchised for 24 years.
Do you think if we were able to have a separate site here on this island for those of the old church, that would help things?
If you could
Not
get
in the
enough of
city.
them to go along with it, certainly. But I think a lot of them might see it as a giant target.
Yeah. And they'd need a uniting factor that didn't feel
And
fake.
Well,
Yes.
we must be careful. I don't know much about politics, I don't know much about religion, but I do know how people act when they're frightened and when they're in danger, and perhaps segregating the people by faith in some way is not exactly what we want to do right now.
No, I just want the church to have something of their own here, like the Triumvirate has. But
Aye.
I guess you're right. It doesn't, might not help, and it
I don't know.
hinder the situation.
It may or it may not. I'm perhaps not the right person to ask about it.
Well, perhaps we can just put this forward to Ben. See what he thinks.
I am just a sword and a shield. If you want to counsel him, you probably best do it yourselves.
Yes. Which, by the way, here to see him. If he's up.
I believe so.
His father with him.
Yes, they don't We've cautioned them against leaving the premises.
Smart. Right, well.
You can go in. You guys can head in. You do see you see Ben and Indira, his redoubt member, just kind of sitting by that fire, kind of having he's having like a mug of coffee. She just seems to be sitting there. She looks a little bit worn thin as well. You don't see how bad. Welcome back.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
I think Dad's still getting up, but
It's quite alright.
sleep all right?
Oh, sure.
You get a look at all that weird shit.
I did. It's certainly something. If I can hold on to this a bit longer, perhaps I can work through it. But lots of possibly different authors, or Byron was just very good at writing different styles. It's complicated. It's magical. There's intentional obscuring. Something to do with the Black Myers and sorcery and clerics and topographical shit.
Yeah. None
It's a
of
big one
which did I know to be interests of my grandfather, so...
Yeah.
Either he worked on it with someone, or... I don't know.
Well, perhaps I can decipher the meaning in a few days' time.
Perhaps. I mean, my dad's been working on it for a couple of months now, but... Whatever you can do. Two heads are better than one.
Speak about?
Not exactly. He was able to kind of organize it a little bit before he gave it to you. I think he had some idea of the layout and things like that, and was able to kind of piece together some of the diagrams that seemed to line up with each other, but it's whack. And it doesn't
Perhaps.
really make a lot of sense.
Not yet. Perhaps we could stay one more day tonight, and he and I could try to put our heads together and figure this out, if we're fine with that.
If that's a question for us, I am.
Yes.
You guys can stay as long as you need to. As far as I'm concerned, it does seem like whatever is in this is the reason why he called that meeting.
That's yes.
When
I figure as much.
When I heard him talk before everything happened, he sounded different than he used to. Not like drastically different, but he used to be a little bit more, I don't know, easygoing, laid back, and then he was very concerned and he was very grave, and he said he had been having dreams where he saw, he said the powers were speaking to him.
Oh.
And he said he had spoken to a number of them. It was a little strange, because usually, if anything, people have communes with the saints, at the very least. At the very most, right? But he said he spoke to all of them. And they visited him with all of the powers.
All the powers.
And he said that they visited upon him a vision of calamity to come. And I don't know exactly what he was working up to, but he seemed to think that it had something to do with the church, the old church and the new, and something to do with the Blackmyers. He said he had evidence to suggest something. And then I went to go to the bathroom, and, well, you know the rest.
So the evidence is probably this.
That's my guess. We could track down who he was working on this with. It would go a long way, but I imagine anybody who he would have trusted enough was probably in that room.
Yes. Who else was in there at the time? Remind me. Other than your family.
There was there was that bishop from the church.
Yes.
I don't really know if he had anything to do with what was going on there, but
Perhaps.
If I had to take a guess, I think it was more just an easy way for the high priestess to get rid of someone sympathetic to the powers that be.
And to cause all this religious kerfuffle.
and there were a couple just the rest of the Jade Redoubt.
Possibly it been one of them.
I don't really think so. I mean, I think
Didn't
they just
we...
protect.
Hmm.
You guys have a slightly different mission statement than they did.
Alright.
When we talked to the mayor of Eastgate down in the islands, didn't he study at the academy and knew of? Am I remembering the right person? That I remember something being said about Ben's grandfather.
Yeah, the mayor, Gregor.
Yeah, he studied aberrancy, and he knew Halvad.
Wait, who studied aberrancy?
Gregor Schmidt.
Yeah.
The mayor of Eastgate.
Mm-hmm.
Eastport. I keep
Yes,
forgetting
that's
which
right.
one
No,
is
he's
which.
gay.
Eastgate? Okay.
Yeah.
He's gay.
I can't remember my own made-up name.
I was like, I actually wrote it down. So
I got too
wow,
many.
like-
I got too many things going on.
But is it possible that maybe there's someone from the academy he knew that he could entrust with? I mean, for something like that, that's...
I-
I don't think he spent any time at the academy.
Oh. Maybe I am misremembering then?
No, my dad went to the academy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ben-
Well, hopefully we'll figure out at least a smidge more tomorrow morning, if we stay here, about all this. But besides this, I think there's a few things we should talk about, Ben.
All right, have a seat. Pour yourself some coffee. Sounds like we're gonna be here for a bit.
Yeah.
Indira, you can go sleep. These guys, if I am not safe in a room with these four, then I'm not safe anywhere.
Good
I'm
dog.
here. I can do it.
She's very capable.
Yes, good enough. She just kind of heads off. As she kind of heads out, Halvad comes in. It's like, oh, they're here. Yeah,
Hello, hello.
Morning.
Coffee.
coffee.
Morning.
Coffee.
You guys all just kind of sit around that table. So you got to look at those notes.
Yeah, they're weird as fuck.
Right?
And super encrypted.
Yeah, and that's after me getting rid of a couple of enchantments already.
So I heard. Hopefully, I sifted through a bit of it and started figuring it out, but perhaps you and I tonight can
Yeah, let's
put our heads
do that.
together as one. How smart are you guys?
On a scale of 1 to 20,
Yeah.
20.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But I will be helping him and inspiring him tonight.
You can do that.
Okay.
Sure you don't need my help?
He is a
That's all right.
powerful wizard.
So,
All right, what's the deal? What's the haps?
we talked with the Sky Lords.
The Sky Lords.
That's what they call themselves.
Is it?
Yes, much
Mhm.
to the dismay of their leader, apparently.
Yeah, it was kind of mixed feelings.
You guys see the door open and you see Jensung just kind of like walking. Sorry, I didn't know we were meeting over here.
Oh yes, Jensen, come on in.
I overslept.
That's all right.
But I'm a member
Shame.
too. I gotta.
You are.
Contribute.
Do your part right
She
here.
does
Take some
the
coffee.
she does the cool teacher thing, like pulls the chair up backwards. Just
All right,
okay,
Jensen.
continue.
Yes. So yes, each of them wanted their own little things, and also, the big one was put on the table,
Yeah, you did mention that.
but also there was something else that's. Did she say that it could essentially like be one or the other, the flag or the
It sounded like maybe.
a baby? We'd have some talks about it.
It sounds like either or would be
Yeah.
decent. Both would be.
Ideal.
Yeah. So they wanted very, very badly some stolen flag that I guess if it were to be on a ship of some sort, any vessel would get a big benefit from it. And the only bad part, though, is they was thrown down Hell's Eye.
Oh, so it's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Usually that kind of shit finds its way to Spindrift.
That was my first thought.
And based on the nature of what it does, it would be very popular in Spindrift.
And difficult
I'm sure it's
to
on a
procure.
ship right now.
A ship that is now rendered extremely powerful?
Yes.
Okay.
But if not that, they wanted,
Yeah,
a sizable portion of all of your country.
yeah, I really don't want to be killed by my
Yes.
people.
Own countrymen, yes.
Yeah. So,
Now we did do 2 favors for 2 of the Skylords so far. Perhaps if we just do the smaller Skylords their own favors, they are more than welcome to follow us to their own cause.
they might,
course.
they might
Yeah.
not. I know they are very, very loyal to Merrimack.
Their luck, yes.
What was
Merrimack
she
seems
like?
the most reasonable of all of them, though
Okay.
she was a bit
She was reasonable, yes.
Gruff.
different than your average citizen of the ladder. Not somebody you'd want around after we're done.
Quite blunt, though.
Respect
That
that.
indeed.
Yeah. And the upside of that is we know what page they're on as far as, like, they have great short-term benefits that I'm sure a lot of the, pirates that live there would definitely gain great boons during whatever war that happened. But I think the leaders do have some understanding that the war is not going to stop at the ladder, but the convincing is still
It might not, I haven't really obviously thought too much about that because I don't really care about what happens after that, but
Yes. A point they did make as well was, why should they care?
that.
They get a lot of
reasonable.
their money from the war. And everyone having problems.
Yeah, well, plus with our supply lines cut off as they are, we have to buy from them now what
Yes.
we can't make on our own that we need. My primary concern right now is they have a potential, if they band together, if they all fly under the same flag, they have a potentially extremely powerful, extremely fast, and well-trained force.
Yeah, they got a whole armada there.
And if we prove difficult and formidable opponents to those who would try and destroy us, they may be pragmatic enough to turn to them and pay them off.
They seem to really not like Selton Rock, though.
But they
How
do
much-
really like money, so it's a matter
They
of
do also.
value.
It depends on which one.
and how much could be brought to bear to try and earn their interest.
I think I've
I
only
think
ever
Ben's
met
concern is valid.
I think I've only ever met one person for whom there was not enough money to buy loyalty to the Blackmires. And he is at this table.
Well,
And Blackmires could very easily promise them Holtela once they're done with us.
it's true. Here was a thought that I've had. Perhaps, while not giving them Altea, maybe we could kind of join as countries, and maybe they could, be like advisors to you, or like be on some
council.
sort of power, council or something. I don't know.
They want Holtela for its
They
resources.
want it for their
and its
resources, yes, but I mean,
ability
perhaps
to
if
farm and things like that. But if you
we can join all of it, then they could have access to all of it and not. I
let
don't
them
know.
travel and trade freely, but these are less friendly individuals.
And they're the types of folks that a lot of my people probably don't really want to consider their countrymen. And I know, war can
not
make
blame
strange
them.
bedfellows, but I don't blame them for their distaste.
No.
It's probably healthy.
My people would probably be more amenable to that arrangement than what Mary Mac suggested, but I don't know that.
Yes.
If
I don't know if
I'm
they'd be happy with it.
if I'm the Sky Lords, what do I really stand to benefit from that? Really, they
From-
just have to
From
outlive
joining
me.
what do they stand to benefit from joining the two nations?
That they can't just take on their own.
Free travel of airships north, and it would be much easier.
Resources to their own islands.
And if they're raiding parties anyway, they can cover a lot more of the skybound lands launching from some of the islands of the ladder than they can from just.
It's true.
They
Maybe the Sky Lords could go to different islands here in the ladder, separate more.
The thing
More
that
range
keeps
of raiding on other people. But
the thing that keeps them from being an enormous threat is the fact that they all have different motivations and they all have different things that they want. Goals. If at any point they decided to bring their entire force to bear on us, there's not a whole lot we could do about it.
well, that's always going to be true.
I know.
Okay.
I'm just concerned about opening up,
So they can have easier access.
making it easier for them to do that.
Sure.
Right now, we have wood. We have some livestock, which I imagine they probably have less of. We have some mines to the north, some of which are running dry. And we have a lot of people.
Do we have anybody in this country that knows how to build a hopper?
Yes, most of them are in St. Baranon, but
Maybe we don't need pirate airships.
We would need the resources to construct our own.
It sounds like we have at least some.
yeah, and then there's the question of finding people who know how to use them effectively.
Yeah.
More than us.
Jetsong, how well do you think you could teach people?
I mean, I taught him, but it took a long time. It's kind of and he already knew how to use his ship.
Hmm.
Kind of counterintuitive sometimes.
It's not easy.
Yes.
Well, not easy to do well enough to the point where it would be comfortable in combat, we should say.
Perhaps for at least pilots, we could just straight hire out some pilots from the islands.
They would want to bring their own ships.
I mean,
I don't know.
maybe this
That's
is my own
Reasonable, but it also
misinterpretation.
requires money.
Yes.
But they wanted resources. I'm not sure. I didn't get the exact vibe that they wanted to be rulers of the land itself, as opposed to just get stuff for their own groups, which could, still qualify as, yes, I want to lead this country, but
I just want to be rich.
they
Yes.
can't do that if they set the land dry.
Well, and I think there is a certain amount of realism going into this. I mean, the islands are not exactly fruitful land.
Yes, I know.
It's difficult to live on. That's why they raid. That's why they steal.
And that's why they want to tell you.
And I'm not necessarily opposed to the idea of giving them a swath, like you could say, north of the lake, where they could populate. It's already largely uninhabited. Like, we have some small sawmills and villages in throughout that area. No more than 1,000 people living there. That area.
Perhaps we could give them like really discounted rates on a lot of stuff and a small bit of land.
I'm not against that idea. I mean, I think it makes sense. I think it's actually a fairly reasonable request for them, considering the ask. My concern is that my people
would hate you for it.
I think my people might not be thrilled with the prospect.
Well, if it's just a small chunk, I don't know.
These are also, again, money-motivated people, and they understand the concept of bartering. We're already doing more to get in their good graces, and we're doing everything else that they ask. If we go find this stupid flag, as hard as that might be, and as long as that might take, that could be used as a strong bartering chip for you instead of sending us. I think Merrimack would take kindly to speaking leader to leader and finding a middle ground.
Yeah, it sounds like I should get in front of her.
It sounds like we should finish doing everything we can to make them respect us in the ladder, and then you should invite her up here.
And also, as unfortunate as it is, people prefer this option as opposed to losing freedom of religion and whatever other things will possibly be imposed if worst case scenario happens.
Well, that's kind of true and kind of not. We hear whispers, and the general consensus of some folks seems to be, especially in places other than St. Aelith, this isn't their fight. The information that goes out comes to them, some of it by way of us, some of it by way of, the newspaper from Fairburg, but kind of seems like there's a decent number of folks who would just rather see the tar stacks gone and they can get on with their lives. Assuming that means they could get on with their lives. Which I think is kind of a naive assumption.
It's a bit of a hopeful way of looking at the situation at hand.
Well, again, they don't have all the information.
They're just average people. I don't see why they would think that, I don't know, that people will come after them.
Not their fight.
Yet.
Not yet. I'm doing everything I can to keep it that way, but not everybody's going to be aware of that.
If they're following the powers, they should probably think it is their fight by this point, though.
Seems that way to me, but hard to disseminate that information.
Yeah.
Might be easier with airships that can carry mail, news.
Alright. What are we going to do about this? The religious issue.
It sounds like it's escalating to the point that it somehow needs to be addressed, but the way to go about that, I'm not sure upon.
Someone needs to speak to these people and get something straight in their heads. But I wouldn't know the first thing to say to people of the old church, except, well, I don't know. I would come up with something, I'm sure. But to the powers, those that follow them, probably come up with something convincing. But
Yeah, I
I
mean,
feel like
the
it's
mayor's
easy enough.
here, and he's been
the mayor is here.
doing what he can.
And I
And
could
most-
try to
Yep.
I can try to draft up a speech, but the real thing will just be finding a balance to really hammer down that we should be, for basic word, coexisting, and the violence or any other like antics going on is absolutely needless and is just undue suffering. But making sure that neither side feels particularly either condescended to or ignored or anything like that. So if we want to do something like that, I'd probably want input from people.
The long and short of it seems to be that most people in this city, from one side or the other, seem to think that because I am at war with God's hold, that means I am at war with the gods.
Yeah.
The people of my church take that as some of them take that as open license to do nasty things. Some of the people of the other church see it as a threat, an existential threat to their livelihoods. They see Byron's absence as the changing of the guard, and they think there's no place for them in town. And my people have not been doing a very good job of dissuading them of that notion. The general word on the street seems to be that I am basically trying to commit some kind of genocide against those people, that I want nothing to do
Oh.
with them.
My
No
God.
matter no matter how much I try to dispel that notion in the street.
Okay, that needs to be handled sooner rather than later then. Maybe we do that before we leave.
There's some temple districts, yes.
Yeah, there's a
Yes.
handful of them throughout the city.
One with the powers and one with the old gods. Or are they intermixed?
There's not really any specific districts, there's just temples throughout. And again, the actual conflicts have been pretty minimal. There hasn't been too much bloodshed. A couple of weeks ago there was a serious brawl, but they were able to put a stop to that without too much trouble. There's just... people are just shaken from all of this and looking for somebody close by to blame.
We can't have them blaming you, Ben.
And we can't have them blaming each other either.
Yeah. When there's no other scapegoats aside from theoretically God's hold, which did.
Well, it
It's a
feels like a good place to blame.
Oh, no, trust me, I do not like the High Priestess. I'd like to put blame onto her, and yet, here we are.
Can you
Perhaps it's time to
expound
throw
on
something
that?
out there.
Expound on what?
Your
The High
beef?
Priestess? Oh, no, it's just... She... made it very clear she didn't care for the powers that be. And... it feels like that this is a lot of her wanting to do something about that.
Is that a new thing?
Well, Zeltenbrock certainly doesn't give a shit who follows what.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was there, I knew her, and she definitely made her dislike or distaste quiet until she was able to, I don't know, get enough
I
power
don't
to
know.
do
I
something
mean,
about it.
I just... I just want to be careful. I mean, you hear the same shit about the last one, too. And, I mean, I don't know. But, again, just obviously there's some issues there. I just don't know that we should vilify the formal leadership of an enormous group of people in my country.
No. I'm not trying to say that. I'm saying that if people, chalked up to that, that'd be better than, just finding the scapegoat of the closest leadership nearby.
Right. But, well, when you go out there and you say this is because of the high priestess and the bishops in God's hold,
Will it reassure you that that was certainly not my plan?
No, but a scapegoat is still a scapegoat. That's all I'm trying to say. There's got to be somebody to blame, but it is going to still alienate people.
Purely pointing blame one way or the other won't be a permanent solution to this problem, no matter what you do. Because I think Ben's problem. You're going to have to find a longer-term solution that will please more people, but that's really fucking hard.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
common
There's
enemy.
nuance in trying to get that to spread across the land.
And the folks in the Triumvirate have not been helping that either by locking their doors just the same.
Yes.
I get
we
it.
Can talk to them. We have a bit of rapport with the mayor, not anything too impressive, but something.
They did that without the mayor's consent.
Awesome.
Oh.
Sounds right.
Yes, a lot of it has to do with more the people than the leaders. I feel like the leaders are on our side, but it's how you get the
you'll
whole
have to talk to him
mass
to
of
get a little
people.
bit. I think there is basically they've just kind of formed a de facto democratic body between all of the worship leaders over there, and he got outvoted.
Oh.
He's still in charge
Okay.
technically, but I don't know. That whole thing is messed up too.
Maybe we just need to talk to all these leaders.
At least.
You need to talk to most of these people.
Yeah, just see what. I don't know.
Well, maybe today we can try to talk to different people, and maybe I can go down to the temple and talk to the leaders there and see what they're directly feeling.
Yeah, maybe
And
we can
what
have a
would
big
help
meeting.
ease the. Yeah, or at least get some ideas before we do anything public,
Maybe-
I guess.
Maybe Millicent and myself can go to those of the powers.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you feel like will help at this point. I just don't. Yeah, it's difficult. Which again, that's the point. Forcing me into a situation where I have to convince my people to give their land to pirates and or whatever this is. My grandfather set this city up with the express purpose of bringing those people together. It does not sit right with me that I've already failed in that endeavor.
So you failed. A unique situation unlike anything he ever had to deal with.
Perhaps it's time to remind them about Byron.
Mm-hmm.
He would know what to do.
Well, I don't remember if I sent you about this, but as far as other matters go of gathering allies, Alman is going to be a tricky one if we ever want to speak to, who. At some point down the line here, we will probably go to talk to Ophelia, but perhaps we'll talk to each of the siblings and try to unite them in some way in regard to their father. Find some way to convince them, some of them, to band together once again.
That sounds like a difficult endeavor.
Yeah.
A bit.
Well,
Everything always is.
yeah.
Mhm.
Uh,
Well, as far as the islands go, you guys, I guess, just do whatever you can to get in the rest of their good graces and see if you can get Mary Mac to come up and talk to me.
oh, okay, we could do that.
Because I am not against the idea. I just worry that my people will be. But
It's a good thing to worry about.
In the
it is,
meantime,
and it isn't. We've seen the evidence of how much you can accomplish when you decide you don't give a shit about people. But that's not the way we're gonna do it.
That's good, because then you get people like me after you.
Certainly don't want that.
No.
Of all the things that you are, on my side is my favorite one.
I like it as well.
Makes me happy to hear.
We did have a few eye-opening experiences down south as well, though, below the islands, but I'm not sure if now is the time to go into that.
You might as well.
I think now would be a great time to ask Bomb Man about it.
Oh?
It's true. All right.
So are you really going to beat around this one?
I'm trying to figure out how best to put this without sounding like we're crazy. Perhaps
too
we
late.
skip the
We
time
traveled in the
travel
grid
part.
lines. We traveled in the grid lines.
Yeah, we traveled in the grid lines.
You You said in? Is
Yeah.
that the appropriate preposition?
Mhm.
Yes, actually. We started at Panacea.
Uh,
We took a few turns.
The
wandering
Tempest
around
Mountains?
aimlessly.
Yeah, we started at
Yes,
Tempest
yes,
Mountain.
actually, yes.
I've
Yes.
heard about this. I didn't know it was
Oh.
true.
Indeed.
And that's how we ended up in
Very
Cosmos
interesting.
Marte, So
Yeah.
I read an account from an explorer some almost 100 years ago. But, well, I didn't know how much of it to believe.
Well,
He said, great marble halls,
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
columns and pillars, and he would walk until he reached an intersection and he would turn.
mhm.
Yes, that's true.
You saw that?
Yes.
Yes.
And eventually we came to a stairwell. And then we
Yeah.
found the eye.
Oh,
Mhm.
very
We went
interesting.
from the Tempest Mountain to an island
Yeah.
by traveling,
Fascinating.
by walking.
by walking ostensibly south, because we started in the middle.
Yes.
Ah,
But there's no clear direction as to which way is north or
Did you
south, so we just
see
picked direction.
did you see something before you got there?
Before?
This account that I read said that he traveled through the mountains
Or?
and then he saw something, and then he ended up in these marble halls.
I
Well, we touched
mean,
an orb, right? An orb.
And then we were shown what
Yeah.
appeared to be
the
history.
Ascension.
Yes.
Yeah, we saw
The
history.
Ascension.
Uh huh.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was some crazy shit.
Leviathan's doing battle with a bunch of very magical people that don't look anything like normal people.
I'm gonna assume that this makes some sense to because this makes some sense to my father that it's not just complete nonsense. But
Yeah.
Yeah, and for the record,
Don't
we
even question
also
it. man.
people,
Just
what
believe
kind of
us on
people
this
did you
one.
see?
I mean, they were just flinging around all this sort of crazy ass magic.
yeah, it was of the limited things on pre-ascension, like
And-
it was the amount of spellcasters that I had described.
And also, like, the elves that didn't look like
Yeah, they had
dark.
like darker
Oh
skin.
yeah.
Ah, yes. Yes. Black as night.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I didn't know any of that was true.
I didn't know they existed.
No.
There's
Never saw
also some
that.
crazy ass monsters though.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Mm.
Like big old tentacle monsters going all over
Mhm.
castle.
So you climbed the mountains, you touched an orb,
Yes.
Yeah.
you saw the past where there were
Yes.
elves that were
Yes.
Yeah.
not elves, and magic and crazy monsters.
Well,
and
I think there were still elves.
And then you were
Yeah, I
in
think there
some
was just
marble building with stairs.
Mostly just like hallways. But yes, there
hallways
was,
and
at a certain
pathways.
point there was stairs. At one point there was a palm tree in the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
I'd forgotten about that.
And then you were
I think
at
that might have been when we
Rocinante.
passed through, like walked over an island.
Yes,
Maybe
when
that's
we
what
went,
the palm tree
when we
showed.
found the stairs, we went up, and it appeared on the conflux point at Rocinante.
Yes. Which may mean that we can go to conflux points wherever.
Also, for the record, not so much to try to make this sound any less crazy, but for a grounding point, there's also a dead Black Maya agent in there,
Yes.
Oh, yes.
so
So
this
you're
is
not-
something they know about too.
So other people have done this, sounds like.
But that definitely leads me to believe that at the very least Andreas knows about it too.
That makes me think that these notes that we're looking at might have some connection to Panacea.
I certainly hope so. There was not a stairwell to Panacea.
Of course not.
Yeah.
But that's where you saw the dead guy?
Uh,
Uh,
I think it was
It
near
was
the...
not-
No, it was in one of the other hallways.
It was
There was
after we
one-
had stood off.
it was the first. We
So-
went right first.
Could be some guy that just wound up there and wandered around
It
for a
could
while.
be. It could be.
yeah.
Oh,
It's-
right.
It's either he doesn't know or he definitely does.
If he
So-
got in the same way that we did, that's not someplace you end up on by accident. If there are
Yeah.
more ways to access the lines,
I
maybe.
don't know if
But climbing the mountains, when we had to get permission to be there from the locals anyway, and then dealing with this fallen spirit of a leviathan, that doesn't happen by
don't-
accident.
I don't think that.
Maybe
My
there's
hunch
another
is that
way
I
in.
don't think that guy got there the same way we did,
Which is
It's
more
cute.
concerning.
which leads me to believe somewhere in Zeltenbrock.
Huh.
My first thought would be Aster.
Certainly makes sense, I guess. As much sense as this could make.
Think
Also,
about
would,
a crazy ass experiment guy.
Oh, I'm thinking about it.
and we did get some info from the seer about this. They said, Lattice is alive. The more I trust you, the more it gives you. And aside from the Tempest Peaks, there is one spell, or a spell one of us could use to try to access it.
Well, that would be awesome.
Well,
yeah,
sure.
we're not exactly sure which spell that is, though.
Although I did say that perhaps ways to get attention from good old Emperor down south is just popping into a city from a grid line.
That would get attention. I don't know if it would get the attention that you want.
That was where we were in that conversation.
Yeah,
we
well, I
definitely
mean,
good way to get him on our side.
Ben Zakir is a terrifying man, but he has an enormous army.
he's got a lot of things.
I wouldn't hold.
I'd sooner
breath
get
for
in the
that
bed
one.
with Mary Mac Walsh than with him, though.
I
Yeah.
would agree, especially since he's already in bed with the Blackmires. It's going to be a very, very difficult sell.
Yeah, maybe we call that a strong maybe.
Yes, we're putting that on the maybe for quite some time, I think.
Yeah, well, you got plenty of other more realistic things to try first.
That kind of thing.
Yes.
That kind of thing seems most likely an angle to be pressed once we have done enough to have some sort of an advantage. Right
Yes.
now, the reason that we have so few bartering chips is, if you look at it objectively, difficult though such that it is, things don't look good. Once we start turning those tides, we will have more bartering chips.
And perhaps we can have more to barter with the pirates once we have more people on our side than it just being us alone.
Which is why next
True.
step should probably be Tycon.
Although, it occurs to me, the conflict between the Elsinore siblings is legendary and fierce, and
Yes.
a way to potentially get them all on the same side as each other is to get them all on my side, separately. Which might mean
Yes.
starting with somebody else. Building
Oh
up.
yes, that was the idea.
Yeah. You could theoretically go to them individually and ask them for aid. Me, and then assuming that I already have some other thing going for me.
Okay, here's going to be the same question that the pirates posed. Why would they help us? What do we have to
Indeed.
offer them?
That's the question, isn't it?
I feel like Ophelia is obviously just going to be our best bet
Yes.
in any regard. But all the other siblings,
I think
I guess by that point we just ask what the fuck they want.
I think you would have better luck appealing to their moral sense than you would with the pirates. I think you have a better chance of convincing them not to side with the Blackmires than you have of convincing them to side with me.
Yes, I agree.
They're a very strong and very old family. They've been around longer than any of us. Since Larot's conquest 600 years ago.
Which one is the youngest?
I have to check that. I think it might be Ophelia, but I need to check.
Just thinking that
I think it's
whoever
Ophelia.
the younger ones are might have, a bit more to prove for themselves. I don't know.
Well, young is a relative term with elves. They're all over 500 years old.
That's true.
That's true.
I guess by this point,
It's
that
just
kind of
asking
thing
for
doesn't
it.
really matter. Since they have their own lands by this point.
Well, you mentioned that you might try to look into what was going on with Laroth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Figure at the very least, so that could be some way to catch their attention.
Certainly would.
And I mean, if we actually fucking find something about their father, then
That would be incredible.
I mean, we
Maybe.
have a lead, a possible lead to find something on that, so
yes, we do. Know anything about Crow's Pass, either of you, learned man?
They say it's full of monsters.
Yeah. Well,
Basically all I know.
and if I were the fucked up fate that the Surge seems to have been, I think a man who fought off all the monsters might have gone somewhere where I don't know.
Oh. Interesting.
I mean,
Okay.
we can try to look for.
Sweet.
I mean, we can try to look for the Dow.
Yes, I think we should do that either which way.
Because
The
apparently he's the one that's probably gonna have the answers that we need about that whole situation.
what is that, like a
or at
genie?
least,
That
Yeah.
is a genie, yes.
Oh,
As far as going down below to the depths as well, there is a kind of water genie over by the Leviathan. In Tempest Mountains.
oh,
Mhm.
There's a big old waterfall that goes down. Maybe a water genie could bring us back up without having to go through Rise.
Yeah.
yeah, that would be ideal.
Certainly would. But, I mean, I don't know anything about the depths, but if we were to just go down a waterfall, wouldn't we just kind of be fucked once we get down there?
Pretty much. Unless you could figure out a way to get a hopper to work far away from the lattice, but I'm pretty sure they're powered by it in some way, right? Yeah, that's pretty much how they work.
Well, we'll figure out something.
Okay.
We get like some sort of magic rowboat thing. I don't know.
Spoke a little bit with our old mutual friend in the intrusion.
Oh, yes.
They seemed grateful for whatever it was you did.
Good.
And I think they'll help us in some aspect from the inside over there.
Great. So now we actually have a solid, like an actual ally.
We have a footing in Zeltenbrock, which is
Absolutely.
extremely important.
Certainly is.
Because if and when you guys decide to go over there, you'll have somewhere safe to be.
Which
You
would
know
be very
what?
good.
Okay.
He always starts something crazy with that. Every time he's about to say something insane, he starts it with, okay.
Look, I have a lot of ideas that run through my head, alright?
Mm-hmm.
Some of them are good.
Eat.
Let's see if this one
Sure.
is.
So, we could travel through the lattice now, yes. We have that
Yeah.
earthquake that we can cause
Mhm.
to break down a port, a dock. What if we did just sooner rather than later go to Zeltenbrock and just fuck up one of their things and use our teleportation circle and get the fuck back here?
I like it.
Like,
Of course you
like one of the most important ones. Like the one that goes directly to the God's Hold. And the one that's surrounded by a lot of the lumber that they need for a lot of different things that we can perhaps mess with. I won't say burn down. But that's an option. There's an idea for us. Thoughts?
We want to poke the bear right now? I mean,
course I
I don't
wanna
mind.
Okay,
That's true.
just
It's not going to help us, though, right now. I think it's a good idea eventually.
yeah, I'm not sure the
Is there any way that we could maybe do it to another port and put the blame on someone in God's Hold? Or, someone linked to God's Hold? Maybe we do the Forsberg one, and that's where their man is. They're in between.
Mm.
I mean, the problem is though is the fact that God's Hold kind of depends on Black Myers right now if they want to do anything about the powers that be. So it'd be kind of hard to pin something like that on them and cause distrust in that way.
Well, wouldn't make it like they're blatantly trying to do it. I would set it up in some sort of way that they were trying to do something, but oops, they left a piece of evidence behind that points to them. Because they, unfortunately, got killed in the mess. This is just my line of work. I'm just putting these things out there and seeing what the reaction is.
It's certainly interesting.
I think we should build up more before trying to commit acts of sabotage.
Well, but more of what?
I mean, just continue what we had immediately planned.
Build more allies.
Yes.
I realize that I'm an idiot. And
Go on.
I have more information about something that I totally forgot. I pull out the little book that I've been pressing flowers in as we go.
What is this?
I was wondering.
Yeah. You have a book? You have a book
It
of
is,
flowers?
There's a flower.
Those are
Yes.
very nice, Cinder.
Here,
Lovely. Yes.
I just hand it to you, and it's a notebook full of notes. I found this down below, and I've been passively remembering things from it as we go along, and it had stuff in there about the Abbey of Sin, it had the song, it had stuff about Ganassi, it had stuff about Leviathans. It's mostly what I focused on, but it just connected for me another one in here as well. It's talking about the Emperor and his reasons for banning magic.
Oh.
I assume it's also...
Oh.
It talks about, for you, Celeste, the libraries, and he's convinced, whoever wrote this, that one of them is in the depths, and wanted to ask the Turtle Man about it, who is Ubo, the mayor of St. Endwinel, who mentioned to us that he trades with the Tritons, so we know where a library is.
Oh, okay.
And
Well,
I
that's
totally didn't connect any of this until right now. I was thinking about this as we were talking, and I kind of went back and started paging through this. But yeah, if we want to go to the depths, I think I actually have a place to take us. So maybe we want to go talk to that Genasi.
well.
To a Genasi?
Oh, not Genasi, the genie with the waterfall.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, but here's the thing. I don't want to go down to the depths. And also, there's a war happening up here. What if we get fucking stuck down there? I like where this is going. Don't get
We
me
should
wrong.
talk to the genie because I think there might be a way to deal with that.
It's so far away.
I have to go to the waterfall.
Nothing is far if we go through the grid lines.
But to go through the grid lines, we have to go where you're saying.
Oh.
Perhaps we stay on course. We go talk to Dao at the very least, who may have information on Madrid, either which way. And then we go from there. We plan our next course of action after we talk to Dao.
Or
If he
maybe
has something
talk to-
useful to point us towards Madrid and the workings of the waterfall, at least who the Madrid is, how we can get a hold of him, then that'd be something.
Maybe.
Otherwise, I feel like we might just walk up there to the waterfall and there just will be a waterfall.
Possible.
But this this library is somewhere that you know?
I know of the island that he talked about where he traded with the Tritons.
And that's where it would be? Well, the Tritons have the library.
I would like, if we're going to stay here another day, I was going to see if Jensen could fly me back to St. Anwinel and go talk to him again to make sure I fully understand. But he told us about them maintaining old knowledge and maintaining old records.
That sounds like the library to me.
Sure does.
He's the only person I've met up here who knew about the place that I came from, aside from the fact that it was called out in that book. You should read that, by the way, to make sure I'm not missing anything else stupid. I put it in the overall player notes that we can all see.
Oh.
Oh.
When you have a minute, just so that other people remember things, since clearly I don't.
I do not see that.
It's
Like in the top level before you get to Robin notes or like Lucas notes.
On Legend
okay.
Keeper,
Yeah.
not Fantasy
Yeah.
Grounds.
Okay.
Yahoo. I was doing the
Put
same.
it in- I could put it there.
I
as well.
found a note that Robin started this session that's called "I guess I'll take notes."
mm.
Player notes. Okay. I see.
There, it's now also in the Fantasy Grounds notes as well, if that's more convenient.
This thing is totally weird, man. There's like talks about pee in here.
Yeah, it was obviously written by a crazy person, which is why I don't really think about it very often. But he talks about a lot of the things that we've been running into. Also, the
Yeah, he also saw the Robin.
oh, which one?
I'm not racist. I just have a history with me, okay?
I think this guy's racist.
I'm also curious about this: the 4 places, 4 tribes, 4 leaders. Is that referring to Saigon? What tribes?
I think they have 5 leaders.
Right. And what?
I mean, there's 4 genies,
Yeah, I was about to say
4
that.
different places.
4 tribes of the Ganassi, then?
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe that.
I love that you have had this since before the campaign, and every so often you're just like, oh, oh, there's something else in here that now I understand.
Yeah, I periodically. It's always after we figure out. I'm like, oh, the book was a hint for this too. Huh? How neat! And I never actually use it to solve any goddamn thing. I remember it way too late.
Also, this is the second time that the phrase "when the sun sets in the east and rises in the west," when the evil man acts in the way that is best.
I assumed it was talking about the Abbey of Sin.
Maybe it is, but if that's the case, that'd be much simpler than a phrase that's just sticking around for seemingly no good reason.
What is the Institute?
I assume that's something in Zeltenbrock.
It certainly sounds like a Zilbrock thing.
That's what I thought. I
Dude,
don't know these
I mean,
people
I don't
anything
know.
about it, but
Does that ring any bells to me?
Make
Yeah.
a history check.
Okay.
or Ben's dad as well.
I'll make one. Somebody can make a d20 roll for Ben's dad as well.
I like the great thing about porridge is its taste is basically the same if you throw it in and eat the Like, what is this passage?
This guy was a poet.
Yeah. I guess I'm never gonna eat porridge. Porridge doesn't sound tasty at all.
No, you could probably pass on that one.
Yeah.
You may have heard the phrase one time at the factory, but you do not know in reference to what or who said it.
Hmm.
Most likely a Zudbok thing.
Seems right.
And you said that you found this, like,
Down below.
Down below.
He mentions at the end that he was throwing it down rise.
oh, I see.
It sounds like he was at Mintac.
Oh. That makes it a little more interesting.
What a fantastic last line there.
Huh.
And he talks about finding the library and the forest basin, which is where I'm from.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a last line. I got to there. Well, yeah, that's quite a lot.
Sure.
I guess he
Well,
doesn't like Genasi. Is what I'm
Yes,
is what I'm
that's-
feeling.
There's a lot in that book.
There sure is.
Jinder, what the fuck?
He left it.
You've just been slapping in flowers in this the whole time?
Do flower presser.
Creeping plants. I don't know. I mean, you've read it. He seems crazy for like half of it.
Well,
Yes.
yes.
It just
How
happens
was
that
I
we
to
have
know that
relevant
the other
information
half
now.
wasn't crazy until we ran into those things.
Yeah. So we ran into crazy stuff.
Apparently. Who knows? Maybe it will be important that he has 4 toes on 1 foot and can pee 10 feet. Everything else in this fucking book is
That's a
important, apparently.
lot of pee.
That, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, one of the lines is talking about him trying to document things, but the wards make his brain foggy. Interesting.
I've heard that about Mintac.
Oh.
They have magical wards in place that stop you from being able to cast spells or think clearly.
It's probably why he was trying to not be too direct with the magic as he was creating the means to scribe the scroll. Probably would have caused problems.
Well, this at least makes me want to go to Mintac all the more.
Did you want to go there previously?
Oh, Mintac. No, sorry. No, I didn't.
Prison.
I was thinking of, yeah.
Almarna.
The place the prison is next
Almarna.
to. Almarna,
Mhm.
yes.
But what the hell did this
Yeah.
guy do to get thrown in there?
Who the hell even is this guy?
He's crazy. At the very least.
That, yes, very true.
It's weird because it references if the turtle person that you're talking about is Ubo, but at the top it says he's been in there for over 10 years. That timeline doesn't really add up.
Why? When did Ubo get up here?
Not 10 years ago.
Less than?
or more?
Much less.
Oh.
Just seems surprising given that he knew about this. The exact same things. The
He
Trident.
knew
the
about
Moira.
a lot of stuff.
Mhm.
When did you find this book?
It was just when we were fucking sailing around, right?
Yeah.
On one of the journeys is the nice word for it that I used to be taking on when I was down there.
So, estimated time?
A couple of years ago. And it's, legible. It's a little bit banged up, but must have been pretty recent after he pitched it out of the sky for it to have been readable in the ocean.
Yeah. Well,
Things that are interesting.
yes.
And now you can help me remember them, since apparently they fucking matter. And I was kind of hoping that you would be able to make more connections of it than I could at this point, but it seems like not so much.
Not right at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, that's fun.
We derailed so heavily, and
Sorry.
I'm not.
We'll log that away.
You guys
Sorry,
hear a knock at the outside door.
Oh, God.
Sir, there's a visitor. She said it's important to see you. Right, well... open the door, it's fine.
Who is it?
The door, you just see the door swing open, and you see Julia.
Julia!
Julia, what the fuck are you doing here?
That's a
It's nice to see
very
you,
nice
but-
thing to
I'll
say.
go and hug her.
Oh, yes. Hello. You see, she's just wearing slightly simpler clothes, just that same nice, like, red overcoat, long black hair at the one side. She's got, like, a couple of rapiers. Right, well, I finished up what I was doing down there, and so I came up here, as I said I would.
You finished up.
Well, I was there for
You're a
about...
trained soldier now?
I was there for about 7 months, so yeah.
That's fair. We were gone for about 2 months.
Did anyone try to stab you in the streets when you walked
A
up
few
here?
more times, yeah, so... not here, but...
Oh, okay.
Upon your leave.
Yes, some people were not so pleased with me when I left, but, got what I wanted from that place, so... Okay, well, yeah, come on in. I'm gonna go make more coffee. Why don't you guys debrief her on everything we just discussed?
Oh, sweet God. Okay.
Oh, Julia, you're in for a ride.
Oh, good, I just had a long one.
Well,
Well-
this will be longer.
Can I have the distilled version?
Everything's fucked.
Okay, that's too
Okay, less
distilled.
distilled than that, maybe.
We can
Yeah,
travel
but-
through grid lines now.
Possibly.
By
Well,
walking.
we need the details on that still.
No, she doesn't either. She said distilled.
You do not know what that word means, do you? Distilled does not mean nonsensical.
No, that's just something that we can do now.
Okay, how about I explain it like this? We were investigating, old Leviathan bullshit and ended up being transported first to Panakia and then into the grid lines. There's no other good way to explain that aside from bullshit Leviathan magic.
And we just walk around. and
So
we
is
can
that acceptable?
walk everywhere.
Okay. Is that relevant to the war effort?
If we can
It is a
do
tool
that
that's
consistently.
used at our disposal.
Well, good
I
then.
mean, it's basically fast travel, so yeah.
Well, not so
Yeah.
fast. It takes us a month to get up there.
Yeah, but if we can figure out that spell we need.
It would take less if we figure out the spell, different ballgame. If
Well,
we
sure.
have a bunch of airships and friendly people to haul troops back and forth to the mountain, it could take a lot less time than us hiking up it.
Yeah, so the
Well,
pilot that
Are airships not able to get up there?
you discussed that you might be able to go down and around from the back and
Oh,
just kind
that's
of
right.
hike up.
The
Backside.
problem was that we were gonna have to fucking leave Jensung in the airship and be like, okay, bye. But if
Yeah.
we hired on the unnamed balance people as couriers or
Yeah, so
set it up to do that,
the hopper pilot that I had bring me up here said that you were trying to drum up support from them.
Oh,
that is
yes.
true.
Oh. If they're a pirate, then yes.
Which was a pirate, yeah.
Then yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we have favors to do for them.
Oh, yes, we met with the pirates.
We met with pirates.
They want a third of all of the ladder.
That is an ask.
Yeah, it is.
That's what
Or
we
they
said.
want a super magical flag that makes any boat that it's tied to incredible that's down in the depths.
Or they might want both. It wasn't super clear on that part.
I think they
Yeah.
love both. But they're not.
They're
gonna
I
really-
do
would,
so.
yeah. A lot of land and a magical flag. What more could you ask for?
Exactly.
Yeah, they're shooting their shot really and just seeing what sticks.
Yeah,
Well-
the minimum expectation is the thing that I think we need a bit of clarity.
They know you're desperate.
That
Yes.
is true.
Perhaps once we prove that we're not desperate anymore and gather more allies, then they'll change the tune.
So first we must figure out how to no longer be desperate.
Yeah. Seems like things were a little bit tense in the streets here when I got here.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
I imagine
The
my
churches
presence might
are-
exacerbate that if it was made public, so...
Yeah.
Depends. I mean,
Mm.
overall, the
I
Black
think
Mine-
Julia's presence should not be known to anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. I gave a substantial amount of money to a number of classmates who I thought I could trust to say that I had died.
Oh,
Okay.
So
Wow.
hopefully that works.
Maybe you need the hat to disguise yourself.
I don't suppose you have any more money left over.
I do have some money, but not enough to make much of a difference here.
I mean, maybe to get yourself, as Millicent said, a hat.
still hard to
magical
come by.
I could. I mean, does anybody know what I look like here?
I don't know.
I think her voice will be more of an indicator than
We did pass through that other time, though.
Yeah, but I was...
I guess nobody recognized you then either.
That's true.
Yeah, it
So there's some sort
People-
of conflict going on in the streets here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Between the
religion.
churches.
Oh,
Mhm.
a
good.
lot of religious stuff. Stuff that probably needs to be addressed soon.
Well, I would imagine you would be the person to do it, right?
Yes, and I'm trying to figure out a method to go about it and how much to. What way to go. You know, just
Yeah. Oh,
best
yeah.
way to.
Sure.
No.
Sure.
Well, at least for one side, she'd be best. But the powers that be side,
would probably not take kindly to being spoken to in this
Yeah.
sense.
That's why
Yeah.
I personally suggest at least having one member of each. Myself and maybe. I mean, Rook, you've defended the powers that be, so both
Yeah.
members of the Redoubt.
it's true.
Question is, how convincing do you intend to be?
I don't know yet, and I was going to talk to you guys about that later because there's basic speech and then kicking a nuke, and I'm not sure what to do about that.
But at the very least, you are also a member of the Redoubt and also a member of the old church.
I'm gonna
That
go
should be a
see
lot
if he
better.
needs help with that coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's
Well,
that.
Well, now the only people in the room are the ones who know, so you could. talk
What?
about it if-
No, what?
Ben,
Oh, Jensen.
oh,
Just-
Jensen.
she-
She's the person who was also here.
I
Yeah.
don't think she'd care.
Hi.
Jensen can know.
Oh boy. What do I know?
Jensen is trustworthy.
Affirmative. Ah!
Roger, perhaps you should wait outside for right now.
Just walks out the door.
Maybe he'll be awakened as a rogue because I did not notice him come in.
He
No.
stands so incredibly still.
Yeah, well, we probably
He's
shouldn't have been
learning.
saying any of this in front of Roger, just in case. But you know,
He's learning that from me.
no.
I'm not sure I feel about your influence on that.
He was just standing in a corner facing the wall. Just Blair Witch.
There's like a thread on his head. Like,
He's not learning that part from me.
Uh-huh. But yes. There's a method. So the way I've been thinking about it, there's the method of doing a basic speech where we at least go the path of we're both members of the Redoubt of different religions and basically take the speech from there of just
And we get along just fine.
yeah.
You know what?
They
Maybe
definitely
a
get
bit more
along just
nuanced than
fine.
that, but generally speaking,
Remember when you
yes.
stabbed her?
I
I
What?
do.
What happened?
No, don't worry about it, dear.
Nothing
Maybe I
happened,
shouldn't be in the room for
man.
this.
Nothing happened.
Oh.
Ignorance is bliss, Jensung.
That's why I'm always in such a good mood.
Oh, you're
Perhaps
so
we
right.
shouldn't share stuff with you.
No, it's fine. Nobody believes me when I say things anyway.
Oh no.
Hmm.
Yeah, and then as far as, the whole recognition thing of like, will you be recognized here? For the record, if anyone has, no one said anything yet. People could totally have recognized me and not said anything and reported information back, but I think people are preoccupied with other things right now.
I think if people
Oh, yeah.
recognized you and reported back, we would have had more follow-ups similar to
Yeah, but
his.
the eye made a good point of the High Priestess has an agenda right now and wanting to get a war effort going, so I'm not surprised I'm not high up on that list if that's the
Wouldn't-
reason why we haven't seen anything yet.
Wouldn't you be a fairly clear threat to that agenda?
I would have thought so, but
I
nothing's
mean,
come up
your
as of
disguise
yet.
must be working really well. That
Just
it's not a
like your
problem.
mom said, I bleached my hair and I threw on the only set of clothes I had before I left, so
And it worked.
apparently,
it worked.
though people have mocked me and I kind of deserve it.
Yeah, that I did, but
Oh, no. Yours was honestly kind and, complimentary to compare to... Never mind.
I still don't know what anybody's talking about. But I'm gonna pick it up.
That's alright.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll catch on.
You keep couching.
Yeah, so the other route is me explaining who I am and kicking off a series of events that would hopefully ease the concerns of the old church followers that live here and maybe build some bridges between the two, or make it a whole lot worse. I'm not exactly sure how that will go.
Well, I suppose it
Well-
depends on the nature of the issue, but
Well,
The issue at
part-
hand is getting them to coexist.
at the very least, you could scare them into compliance with that.
I mean,
Oh, I can
part
do the
of
scaring.
No. I don't. Well, part of what they're dealing with right now is they're cut off from their religious homeland and feeling trapped into a corner.
And nobody could
So-
identify with that more than you.
You could be a face to rally behind.
Yeah, which
There you
is
go. We're writing your speech right now.
And your alliance
Yeah.
with Rook as well as Ben. Speaks
yeah,
well
and
to
also
them.
they don't know yet.
Oh,
Yeah. I was debating whether or not that would be addressed, and with the ramping up religious aspects, I think it should be properly addressed.
Maybe you could surprise them too while you're at it.
Yeah.
No. Listen, I wasn't the best leader when I was in charge, but I know
I
that's a
figured
bad
it out.
idea.
Yes, very good, Jensen.
So,
I
would love
Yeah,
feedback
that's-
for that. Ideas.
say I don't know if we'd like to use this, my history as part of the powers that be side, or at least a fuck you Zeltenbrock thing, or like a I don't know.
Well,
Do you get? No, that's what I'm also lost on that one.
Good.
Oh, that one was a whole fucking can of
Oh.
worms.
Wow,
Oh,
look at how
Oh.
you guys have
Yeah.
grown together.
It
Yeah.
was
Oh, it
like
gets
pulling
worse.
teeth, let me tell you.
yeah. This was
Did
after
have
two
a-
trips
did have
Do you have
to
to?
the eye.
No, but I've had to do it.
Oh. Ugh.
It is 9 a.m. and I really want to drink right now. Dear God.
I'm sure if you share the news, Ben will find a way to spike that coffee for you.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Well, we'll wait for this.
You gotta keep level heads. Level heads.
You see the door just kind of crack open. You see Ben and his dad are just Scooby Doo. Like, you guys still secret or?
Get over here.
Okay.
I think it best if we're throwing in with the tar stacks
I would like to imagine that you are.
cards on the
Yeah,
table
we are,
time
yeah.
for the people that still hold cards.
How many cards on the table?
All of them? If you would.
I think
The problem
Look,
is
I've known
here,
you
Ben,
longer than any of these people.
I know.
The problem is the information could cause more trouble for you than
Oh, well.
helpful. That's why we've been
Oh, well. Yeah,
cagey
better
about
not
it.
then.
Well,
Wouldn't want trouble.
either you can use it to your benefit or you can see the trouble coming. One way or the other, it would be best to stop playing these games.
This is going to be a rum kind of conversation.
oh, if you have some, I would like that in my coffee,
Do
please.
I have a rum? Comes back. Alright.
Well, Celeste, you or me first?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, which one would be more entertaining?
Well,
Ben, you
probably-
pick.
No.
All right, I'll give him one of my two, and then you, and then I'll
Okay.
do my other. I'll do it in the same order that you all found out.
Okay.
Oh,
That'll work.
Perfect.
it's topical.
Roger, get back in here.
In the same way, too. Great.
Yep.
Affirmative.
Hello, Roger. How's it
Hello.
going? Make sure no one's out there listening. All clear?
Affirmative.
All right, get over here.
Good job.
All right.
Still has
You
his
two
little
listen
bowler
to
hat. Oh, he has a
Roger?
beanie.
Who am I?
Rook.
Yes.
Well
Very
done.
good, Roger. I'm proud of you.
Wow, that was really
Uh,
enlightening, man. Oof. Thank God we had the rum.
All right, but go
I
go
am
go a little bit more detailed. What's my backstory, Roger?
Ah.
Who
Isaac
was
Zelton,
I?
rightful
Which means-
ruler of Zeltenbrock. The monarchs.
Just like look back at the tar stack.
They just kind of just kind of like
Now, Celeste.
hit me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Ben just like
So, Celeste, what's your name?
Well, my name was once Florence. And if that doesn't ring a bell,
nope, I got it.
I-
Good, that was a quick one.
Yeah.
yeah, it's very obvious, but I normally wear other clothes and put on it.
I knew that one. I
Good job. I'm very proud of you,
See you.
Jinsung.
Jensen, you just need to. I'm glad I found you when I was looking for a hopper pilot.
We are too. Any other offer pilot you would have found would have abandoned us long ago.
Oh yeah.
Probably true.
Sold us for a lot of information.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Mhm.
Now wait a second,
no,
I
no,
still
no.
have one.
He's not done. He's
Yeah,
getting
Can
we're
we
not done
wait?
yet.
Can we dissect
Oh,
one
no.
before we?
That's true. we
No,
have the time in
it
between to
plays-
like, process
it-
everything.
The complexity is important
Just fire hose and then we can discuss.
Oh my.
Yeah, yeah.
because it does fuck it up worse.
Okay.
Yeah,
Now
it
go
All
ahead
right,
and let me
fucking,
do this.
Yes.
fucking go, man. Hit me. Let's go. Let's do it.
Oh,
I'm
it's
ready.
gonna hit you like a
Alright.
freight train.
Get
You
ready
know
for
how
this.
you know how Warforged have gone over the Awakening for quite some time, yes?
Yeah, since the surge.
Yes. Well, since right before the Surge, there was one that awakened first, right?
He just looks at Roger.
I look at Roger.
Not
Right,
not
Roger?
me. Oh, okay.
No, that was me.
Uh-huh.
That's
Now-
Let it sink in.
I'm not a zoologist.
Sure. When the search happened, Isaac Zelton and me, Rook, the Warforged, did a swap.
Did an
Of
organized
minds.
dance? Oh.
So now Rook, the awakened Warforged mind, is inside of Isaac Zelton's body, and in Isaac Zelton somewhere.
Yeah, and for the record, when he told us this,
Sure.
like days ago,
Yeah, this was.
this is the
yeah.
most honest we've seen him.
Which should tell you something.
But yeah, it explains why you were so interested in Rusty, at least.
Yeah. All right, now we're done.
Also, can I look at Dover at Julia to see her reaction on that little bit?
Yeah, I'll look at Julia too.
See, she is just totally.
It's a slow turn.
Huh.
Should have grabbed some popcorn.
You make interesting friends, Ben.
Yep. Sure do. So.
Take it in.
You know, just give me a second.
Yeah, of
He
course.
just kind of goes and sits by the fire and just kind of stares into it. Give him some time. He'll. I have a lot of questions for you, sir, about that whole.
I
time.
probably can't give you many answers.
In
but-
time. He just kind of goes and sits by the fire next to him, just kind of. Julia just kind of steps around and just kind of looks at you.
Does that explain a few things to you, Julia?
Yes, it does, but it raises a few questions, you might imagine.
As it should.
Yeah.
Mhm.
What do you think of all this, Roger?
I don't know that he.
Can you comprehend that?
I think Rook's still hoping to kick him with some random stimulus and hope that eventually it happens.
Yes, of course I do.
Is that why we
Right.
gave him a name?
I'm going to go over by the thinking fire,
Okay.
Okay.
and I guess we'll just reconvene. We'll go ahead and take a break here.
Yeah. Nice.
As they contemplate all of this information.
Yeah, it's their turn now.
Can we take a minute and unpack this? No. It gets worse first.
Wait, that's not even the best part yet. Eating like a bag of popcorn somehow.
All right.
No,
Plus
the
your
bag of jerky.
We'll be back in 10 or 15. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. What happened?
We broke the
What?
NPCs.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Mental
Just
trauma.
like how you broke our minds earlier for the past couple of weeks. We gave it all in one sitting.
We just share the emotional damage.
Yeah.
Emotional damage. They're all sitting by the fire. Eventually, Julia just kind of like comes up from where she was just kind of squatting, looking into the flames.
Oh,
Jerky?
I'm okay, thank you. How long have you had that?
I think that's a more recent jerky.
Definitely recent.
Maybe it's mismatched.
I'm okay.
Your loss.
But I have to say, that certainly explains, like I said, a lot of things about your issues with my family, and I must say I am very grateful that you did not kill me on sight. Hopefully,
It was a twin cost.
in the month. It was a twin cost, huh?
Yep, sorry.
A rough day for all
Yep.
of us.
Yeah. It's the rum coffee.
Yes. Anyway,
Yes.
twin cost is notwithstanding.
Yes.
Hopefully, in the ensuing months, I have earned that trust that you extended to me, and I want. Obviously, I am here. I want to help in whatever way I can. I don't know exactly what that looks like, but if there is anything that you would ask of me, or any information that you would ask of me, I would be happy to oblige in whatever way I am able to.
I honestly don't know where you would be best served. Like,
Really
I
keep
mean-
you safe for now.
yeah, I mean, for a bit of it, it's mostly just. I think it's best you don't go anywhere
Yeah,
because you're you, but no
my
offense.
no, what I
Oh my god.
Charles, what?
You brought your cat in here, Jensen?
Well, yeah. What I imagined myself doing was providing advice where I could about how best to deal with my family
Oh,
and the goings-on in Suttonbrook. Helping to protect where I can, given that I am now much more capable with my own fighting, since that's all I've been doing for the last 6 or 7 months. Providing an inroad, whatever is needed for the intrusion, because I do have contacts there, and people who know me and trust me on that side of things. And if and when the time came that you ever wanted a bargaining chip or a reason to perhaps meet with anybody from my family, I could probably facilitate that in some way.
noted.
Like I said, I don't know if they know that I'm alive. I don't know if they know where I am. I'm hoping they don't. But if we decide to change that at any point, as you guys have discussed, the amount of information that you want to make public, I am offering my own presence here as a bargaining chip for you to use if you find a reason to want to do that. If perhaps
At
you
any
could.
point that we would use you as a bargaining chip for one of your family members to pick you up or something, it would be so that I could murder them.
That is what I assumed.
Okay.
You could also, I don't know exactly what the climate is, but it could help with the citizens of the ladder to know that even members of, my own family, even I am not in favor of what is going on here, and I'm standing with you.
That'd be a dangerous hand play, but yes.
But I don't care.
Well, you don't, but
Who else would it be dangerous for? They're already trying to kill you all.
There's that.
Ben,
Trying to kill him
Would
too.
make them want to kill him more than they already do.
yeah, and that would be bad.
You think it would?
For them to want to kill him more, yes.
I don't think they could want to kill him more.
I
they
I think
already do.
at that point it would tip the scales enough for them to actually try it.
I'm with Julia on this one. I'm not sure if revealing is the best course of action right now.
I don't
But
know
I-
if it is or not.
I-
I'm just saying, if you ever want to, you have my permission to do so.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there is a point to be had of the they're going to kill Itachi. They're going to try to, at least.
But I do think a point is valid of the diversity of the group standing in this room could be a potent example to the people that are struggling with exactly that thing out there now.
Hmm.
We have a tar stack, we have a black mire, we have a pinnacle of the old church, and a very, very strong proponent of the new. It,
As well as a
Isaac
champion for the Warforged and
Isaac
a champion
Zelda.
for the Old Way in Zeltenbrach.
A lot at our disposal that we can do with.
it's
Politically.
a lot of cards to put on the table, but there will be few people in the country who would not take interest in at least one of the people that we have assembled here.
And
True.
I think
But-
it would be if we worded it right, and that could just be a speech we do, and then let the ripples go as they will, and we can deal with the ramifications from there instead of trying to spoon feed it, if that was a plan at all.
See Ben just kind of stand and come over to the table, just kind of lean over. Right now, we don't really have anything in the way of an army. We don't have much consolidated workforce. We don't have much in the way of communication across the ladder. I have my messengers and my couriers, and they do what they can. If we ever do want to try and start a formal defense force, that would, I mean, rallying the people together under common cause and iterating to them the gravity of what we're involved in here could go a long way to helping that.
I think it'd be a smart decision to start that. But to go with that, maybe your father and I spend more time with this, and we just may have more cause for us all to band together.
Yeah, whatever's
If
on
it's
that.
something in the end that's saying that we're all gonna die, yeah, maybe that'll be a good motivator.
Tends to be.
Maybe Julia could help out with that, and
I don't know. I'm not so good with the numbers.
yeah, it's not so much that if you happen to be better at, like, like codes and that
I do
sort
have
of
some
deal.
experience with that. Yeah. I could take a crack.
Maybe us could pour over this tonight. Maybe even tomorrow if we feeling like staying that long.
You guys didn't get the feeling that there was much of like a time crunch on any of the things that you needed to do.
Yeah.
You know, the raid was going to take place next week if you wanted to partake in that.
But we already
Weird.
did the other job for her.
Correct.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Could do it if you wanted to.
You guys could spend some time with that, and I could head back down to St. Enbernal with Jensung and talk to Ubo to see if my hunch on that's right or if it's talking about someone else.
I can go with you, Cinder.
Could work.
I don't feel like maybe the mayor has what we want at his disposal right now, Cinder.
What is it that you want?
To dig up Rusty.
Well, I think they've
To
already.
get his chain.
Oh. They do have. I mean, they have that as part of like the new display they have for him.
Oh. Good.
I mean, if you
Slated you
tell
to work
him
on
what
it.
you told me, probably get your hands on it.
Assuming he's welcome back in his own home.
Yeah.
Sounds like there's some awkwardness there.
He's a follower of that faith. They'll let him in. The people there still trust him and believe in him and respect him. It's just a question of they're scared like the rest of us.
And maybe
I think
we can
more than not wanting non-believers in the place, it was really just an easy way for them to tell if people who were coming in were going to be enemies of the country. Because that's an easy way to pick somebody up as being from BI or being from God's Hold. A little ham-fisted, and probably not the right way of doing it, but
An immediate way to go about it.
they have
Heart's
a
in the right
lot.
place, even if the execution is poor.
They have a lot of weak and downtrodden there that they want to try and keep safe. That is a mess.
Knowing what we know about the place, it shouldn't be surprising that the heart's in the right place, and it's a complicated enough situation, so...
Yeah.
Maybe it's something you can do about that too. That's all
Right.
up to you how much information you want to divulge there. As far
We
as
go
that
talk-
goes,
That's up to you, but I think I could make a pretty strong case being a sentient robot as far as they're concerned. If you don't want to play your cards, I could probably get us in anyway, because I had interest in Rusty coming up here anyway. You knew him better, but
well, you at the very least, Rook could get in there no matter what. It's just a question of if they'll give you the chain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
play that by ear when we get there.
Yeah, well, desperate times, you know.
Well, isn't the mayor here?
The mayor's here.
Let's just talk to him here and then get that underway. Maybe he can just. We don't need
Go.
it right now, right this second.
We can summon him.
Depending on how obscure this portfolio is, we might be here for a few days, anyways.
Fair enough.
So
You
maybe
want
we
me
go
to-
talk to the mayor.
Do you want
Oh,
me to
sorry.
bring him over here? I can have somebody go get him.
Oh, sure.
Just kind of goes out, talks to one of the Jade Redoubt people out there. Okay. That's one
There's
thing.
no immediate rush, but I do think if you decide to go the route of everybody putting cards on the table to try and become rallying cries for the currently separated people, holding an icon of one of theirs could go a long way.
Yes, I could. I don't know if right now, right this moment, would be our best time on putting all cards on the table.
Maybe find
but-
some more friends first.
Yeah.
Because
But
if
if
we
it-
put everything on the table now,
Problem is, if there's escalating problems with the citizens right now, that's my main concern, especially if
Yes.
it's in regards to religion.
Use it as a tool to settle the ladder, or is it
Yes,
too
that's
risky? So
I guess what I
And
was
s-
thinking was somehow, some way, God's Hold and Zelnbrock are gonna hear of the speech that we're gonna give, right? And then they'll know who all of us exactly are. They'll know that we're looking for allies, but I feel like they probably know it already.
And if we don't give the Rook part of yours, just the Isaac Zelton part, and let you...
Yes,
Well,
I was planning on only giving the Isaac Zelda.
Probably already know that.
That's what they expect to find out here anyway, that's why they're looking for you. So if you just own that, they don't learn
True.
much.
And this
Sure.
may be helpful for, of the countries that we could get allies from. I know that at least having more, name brands on our cause as opposed to just representing the latter, especially when we go to Tycon. Like, we have to do other things in Tycon anyhow and gain loyalty and blah blah, but it could be helpful. Or, a burden, but
It could give credence to our plea for allies if we're not just helping the beleaguered tar stacks, we are fighting to set right your respective situations.
yeah.
When we talk to these pirates who fight for freedom and wealth, defending your legacy is something that they would understand. And I imagine the people of Tycon might as well. It could be a different angle that we take that.
It would very much make it easier for us to talk to them at the very least,
Yes,
instead of being 4 random schmucks.
I think we should put our cards on the table. How we go about that will be discussed, but I think that's something we should do before we leave.
Perhaps we should. Let's get that chain first. It's a good symbol to put out there.
Okay, but should I try to go down to the temple and hear what they have to say as far as, the problems they're dealing with?
Might as well.
Okay.
As well,
Just
might set them at ease a little bit if they talk about it, get it out there to someone.
Yeah, and at least baseline member of the Redoubt that follows the old church,
Exactly.
be a calming presence either way. And
Yeah.
just circling back on something, you've been keeping tabs on a few people that you used to know from your time in God's Hold. None of them ended up in the ladder, right?
As far as I know, the only two that I know of living.
Is
One of-
Almon and Tygon?
No, Rise.
Rise, right. Okay. I was just making sure that couldn't be another card that we could pull if you could find a local and be like, yes, I can vouch for this, but just was remembering.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance that there could be someone else, but as far as I understood, a lot of people died on my behalf.
You said you had a friend in Elmara?
Yes, one of my close acquaintances, which we'll circle around a bit to that whenever.
Sure.
But the circumstances of me, she was a close acquaintance and ended up getting away by basically hiding there.
Well, if you have a fast way into the city, and you've
We're
got a
just
scroll.
not comfortable.
For them to leave, that's what makes it hard for them to go into the city, right? To go back
It's easy
in.
to get in, it's hard to get out. No, oh yeah.
Once you are in there, if you abandon the place, you have to come back with something that they
Or if you
want.
just... Will they know?
They know.
Even
Don't
if
really
you
know
popped
how.
in there for the grid line?
It's hard to say. I don't know the specifics of it.
I mean, the leader's a 700-year-old tiefling. I
Extremely nebulous.
wouldn't put it past him to have some, maybe not from the grid line, but anti-teleportation something.
Yeah.
I think jumping in there is going to be seriously complicated no matter how we go about it.
Yeah.
But if we... Now that I'm remembering the book and realizing that it talked about something that sounds similar, maybe we could find out some of the Emperor's history, why he made the changes he did, why he set the restrictions he did. He's old, but so are others. We might be able to find somebody who knows about that time when he made those changes.
Be a good thing to look into, I think. Yeah.
Would be
Maybe
something you could
questions
ask your
why
Dow
those-
friend.
Yeah.
Or if we're gonna go talk to all the old elves in Tycon, who knows? Maybe some
Yeah,
of
they
them just
probably
know
don't
best.
know.
If you want old, Tycon's a place to get it.
Alright, well. Do our best to set things straight here. Back to Tycon? Go towards Tycon, rather?
Either that or finish what you started in the islands.
Yeah.
Or the depths.
I do have a request, actually.
Oh.
As regards the islands, I know they do a lot of raids, and I think a lot of what they end up picking up are weapons and armor. If I'm going to be trying to have an actual military here and an actual defense force, we're going to need that. So,
What are we gonna trade?
if we're going to bring them on as allies, assuming you do all of this other shit, or we work out some other kind of deal, I would just like to know how much of that they might be willing to part with. for our cause. We don't really have much to trade, but I just mean, if we get to that point where they're gonna throw their lot in with ours, be good to
And
know.
if you get to the point where you're thinking about forking up whole Taylor to get them in to the fray, you have a bigger bargaining chip than they have, so you could work with that.
Yeah,
And
I need
we
to
will
talk.
continue to work that angle.
I need to talk to Mary Mac about that. See exactly what her intentions are as regards that, and this whole situation with your flag too.
Seems
I think
to
we
me
go more towards a flag if we're setting our sights on going down there anyways. Might as well take care of that. One of those hellish things that we're gonna do down below.
I want to go down, and if it can help, great. I will also say Merrimack struck me as altogether too reasonable for the level of what she asked. This feels like shoot for the moon and see what she can get.
I
Yes.
don't doubt it. You know, she has a lot of the cards here, but not all of them.
So we'll make our play that we're doing now, or talking about with your people, and explaining things. We'll do a few more favors for the island, and then we'll go talk to her again and see where we stand.
Like I said before,
Or your way.
she's bargaining.
Yep.
She put the highest thing up there first.
Yep.
Bring it back down a bit.
Yep.
Because I think obviously she's not gonna get the entire island.
No. But her people put her in charge for a reason, and I'm sure they know she's capable of getting what they want.
Sure.
Need to know what that is.
People may not have put her in charge so much as she took charge. They're rough on that.
Yes, but they have a code. Like anyone else, it's not quite as lawless as they like to act like it is. They have the silent pact that they've all agreed to.
Not as lawless as Spindrift.
No, for sure. She commands a lot of respect, not just because of her power. Because there are people with larger fleets. There are people who could physically overpower her any day of the week. But
I
they
did
all
notice
trust her.
that when we were talking to her. They all offered up whatever they had available, and she had the second smallest fleet of all of the Scar Lords, whatever the hell they called themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Both Mira and Hassan had more ships and men at their disposal than her.
But
That
neither of them
could be
has the
better.
same amount of respect that she has.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, you met them all. You could probably figure that out. I've heard about Mira. She is a
Creepy.
worried figure. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's just it. Like you don't need a large army to win. Sometimes it's just good tactics, and if she's been tactful and that's how she got there, then it makes sense.
Out of curiosity, how old this Walsh lady?
Ah,
Oof.
And
how old was she?
Let me see if I got anything on notes.
Did anybody
Not
write
really.
it down?
Let's see.
I didn't.
I remember her being like young-ish, but I
Yeah.
don't remember getting
You
a number.
figured
Yeah.
maybe 30 at the most.
Yeah.
It's not really a question we ask, but based on the context that you're asking for, young enough.
I'm just saying.
Also, of the potential suitors, I feel like the band of Skylords would probably be the least likely to be amenable to arranged marriages.
Yeah,
Oh.
I don't think a political marriage would matter to them all that much.
If
A
she
society
wants an
built on-
island,
That's true.
king's gotta have a queen. I mean,
I
not.
think we could look at other places.
I'm not touching that conversation with a 10-foot pole.
I'm just saying it could be worth a lot to her.
That's a conversation you and Ben can have.
Yeah.
That's not a
mean,
conversation.
that's the
I'm going
third.
to have.
Okay.
And also, I feel like this conversation. I'm not sure a messenger should send.
Oh yeah, no.
I There's a saying of don't shoot the messenger, but I think we'd be shot in that moment.
She's going to be coming up here to speak with you all anyways. You can feel her out there.
Well, and
you
it
know?
depends on what problem you need to solve the most.
Phrasing? Sorry.
Yeah, phrasing. That's fair. Thought we were just going to let that one by, but no.
I was going to ignore it.
I'm just saying. This is I know nobody wants to be having this awkward conversation, but if there's any way we need to secure things.
It is, in fact, one of the bargaining chips we have at our disposal.
Not to mention. Alright. Nobody throw things at me, alright? But I'm just saying. If you really wanted to stick it to the Blackmires, or if you really wanted to stick it to the church.
Oh.
Huh?
I think he's talking
I
to
really
us.
really
Celeste.
would get this.
Yes, I'm aware.
Affirmative. Shut up, Roger.
A practice that both of our lands had, and each.
Just something to
I mean,
think
it's-
about. I'm just saying, we got a lot of problems need solving, a lot of potential solutions for said problems.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a marriage, like a means to flip someone off via marriage, but at the same time, I'm a disposed leader. I'm not sure how much I can bring to the table in regards to.
A disposed leader who had a lot of respect in her time. We can talk about that a lot later. Or never. But
That's a bargaining chip that we're never going to offer
Lindsay,
Wow, that was exciting.
That was a really long one too.
on our. That was something special.
See Roger's
AirPod
just in the
go
corner, just like.
Just like short circuiting, like vibrating.
Someone turned him off.
Somebody hitting me stuck. Ben, that's not a bargaining chip that we're ever going to offer on our travels. Your dad is right. That is something that you can choose to do, but you're going to choose it, and we're not going to touch that for the 10 fucking foot pole.
The only reason I keep bringing that up is because these people in this country are already. They're just very in tune with the old ways.
You can have plenty of reason to bring that up, and that is still not my fucking business.
Sure.
And not our job to solve, so.
And also,
luck.
I think that'd be. If it were me or Julia, I think we need to put our hand on the table first and see what the ripples end up being.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't planned soon anyway.
I mean, yes, but the conversation involving us, I'd like to put off.
If only because it would be extremely amusing to see. It would be that's it. But it would be extremely amusing.
It'd be hilarious.
And to be completely frank, I think Ava does have a point that the people of this country, A, are very much looking for somebody to follow. And for whatever reason, that is part of that. Not in my family, because they are entirely oriented around money. But the other thing is, if it is the case that you have an issue of a schism here, and the people of the city and this country feel like Ben is perhaps unsympathetic to the old church. I'm not arguing in favor of it, I'm clarifying the argument.
Really snaked your way out of that one, didn't you, Julia?
Oh yes.
Yes, weaved and meandered like a river. I
am
see.
very good at that. I escaped Blackmire Industries twice.
Alright.
And I take it you are not a follower of the old gods now.
I am, but I am not as much of an important figure.
You are a Blackmire. You are a very important figure for a different reason.
Well, certain people, yeah, but probably not the people of this country. I don't know that would advertise Ben extremely well to the people who are skeptical of him.
Good luck with that. To Ben.
Why is this what we're talking about right now?
I have
With a
actively
quick
attempted
change
to
in
end the
conversation,
conversation.
I am
Here's something
not.
I'd like to throw out there, not with this situation. Julia, maybe for something that you could do for right this moment while we do all this shit. Ben's a faithful guard there seemed really worn out most of the time that we see her. Maybe you could be his bodyguard sometimes.
That was what I was saying. That's one of the things that I
Excellent.
came here to do.
Excellent.
On another subject of things that I could make myself useful doing, if he is ever able to get together a formal armed force, then I could try to do some training.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
Since I did just spend a long time learning from the best.
Yeah.
The knock at the door.
Oh, sweet God.
That's amazing.
There's a Safmail Sogdank here to see you. Yes, please come in. Stop this conversation.
God.
The mayor just kind of roll in. He's got like a beard now.
Mayor.
Oh, whoa.
Hello.
Hey. A lot of people in here.
Shush.
Meeting of the Greats.
I guess so.
You're part of it.
Don't believe I know you. I'm Jensung. I'm the captain. Okay.
Oh, yes. Faithful companion of ours.
And Roger.
Good friend.
Okay. What's the deal?
Oh, so much.
I almost really bad. I was about to be like, "Are you sitting down?"
Always.
Sitting there.
That's a Rust thing, not a Simba thing.
Well,
He just like
Yeah,
stands up.
but,
That's like,
What the fuck do you say to me?
yeah.
is that you, String
Oh, fuck.
Bean?
Cinder and I had something to discuss and also ask of you.
Good.
Yeah, so you know it's really going to be wild.
Especially if... Yeah.
Cinder, maybe you explain this one.
I was going to try to stop by when we were back on this island to see how things were going and follow up on the money I gave you last time and see what happened there. Been trying to learn more about Rusty as I've been about, and, well, I have. We have interests in making use of the symbol of him that is still there, his chain. As I'm sure you're well aware from everything going on lately, there's been some strife between the two memberships of this nation, and we have certain... I don't know how involved in this you want to be, or if you just want to be a spectator, but
Get me in it.
we have certain angles that we can play with our friends here. We have very interesting people that we've been learning a lot about each other as we've been traveling that we think might be able to help with that situation, serve as a rallying force to these disparate groups. Having a strong symbol of the new church in that experience would go a long way. And Rusty is close to me and to Rook.
You did that. I remember you asked about him when you first came there. Well, we
Yes.
did use the cash that you gave us and set him up with a nice shrine.
I heard. I was
He's-
pleased to hear.
Gotten some decent visitation from that.
And I heard that the chain was on display.
It is part of it.
I'm glad it went well.
Go ahead and make a persuading
We're
check.
here- Fortunately, we're here to make it awkward. Yeah, Rook. Let's have the -1 persuasion ask for it.
Sorry, I don't know.
It's a big
As I
ass.
said, I don't know how involved you want to be, but I think I could couch the ask if it feels
If you're
necessary.
interested in helping out the people of this country and the people of our faith and the people of any proclivities. Look, I'm not a Tarstak loyalist by any means. Ben can attest to that. I'm not interested in the politics of all of this, but I am interested in the people who are trying to hurt innocent people that I have devoted my entire life to trying to protect. So anything I can do in that regard, I'm interested in.
We are thrown in with the Tarstaks perhaps more than you, but our first order of business right now is trying to put the senselessness that ain't going on right now to an end.
Trying to stop that right now, and later on I'm going to try to stop that a bit more bigger picture. When those people came by that one time, I'm sure you might remember.
Oh yeah,
to
I
ask
remember.
about me. Did they mention who I was?
Yes, and they were also extremely unpleasant to my people.
I imagine so. So you know who I'm against, who we're against.
I do.
I would like to make that, we would like to make his symbol mean a bit more, if you catch my drift.
Aye.
We plan on helping the other Warforged across the way at some point in time. But right now, the most important part right now is the strife that's being caused here, the people that will be hurt here due to this difference in religion, needless as it is. We're going to start here and hopefully help others in the same way that we'll do here in the coming weeks.
You can go ahead and do a persuasion with advantage.
Alright.
Hoping.
I'm trying so hard.
23.
When I first saw you guys coming into the camp, I thought you guys were kind of a joke. I thought I was being pranked or something, you know. You don't really see Zeltish men or Genassis or clerics of the old church, and you certainly don't see walking trees coming through. But I asked you guys for help, and you helped without a second thought. And I sense that's what you're trying to do here, too. I don't know exactly how receptive my people back there will be, but if in any way I can, I will try to do this for you.
We'd greatly appreciate it.
We could certainly return with you and make our case there, hopefully a bit more eloquently than we did here now. But if you would like us to go with you and be involved, we can, or if you think it's something better between you and those you represent, I think we're perfectly fine to bow to your expertise either way.
It sounded like perhaps we're going to be presenting our case to a lot of people soon, if we go that route.
Well, as it happens,
as part of it, but
as the head of worship for the Master, Rusty falls under my domain. It's sort of my... I think I still have some sway there. We'll see. Either way, you guys have enough on your plate, and I'm headed back that direction anyway. I'll be back in a few days. Hopefully I've got the chain with me.
We will still be here in a few days then.
I appreciate what you're trying to do here. I hope it ends up not being totally in vain.
so do we.
Yeah.
You have any luck finding that person you were looking for?
Me? Not really. But they're looking for the same person.
Figured as much.
my guess right now is a place that no one can get to.
Oh, what fun!
Yeah.
And
It's always fun.
you're thrown in with all of this situation too, huh? I'm looking up at Julia. Yes, it seems I am. Bully for you. Yes, indeed. Well, but he has to make a choice sometime, right? Guess so. Just kind of nods. Leaves.
Could have gone better, could have gone worse.
Well, hopefully it returns with it.
If not, I think we press without it, but it would be good to have.
Yeah.
So you guys have more of those things then?
What?
Those relics?
Oh yeah.
Couple.
Alright. Show my backpack.
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 We've come across a few others.
Yeah, it's like the Master Lab.
Very nice.
We still have that one guy willing to sell us one.
Yeah, that is an entire situation, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's one was something that we cannot afford to do.
Yeah.
Kill a
And
big
we've met some
sandworm.
who have the artifacts, too, like weapons.
Yeah, well, all of the most of the masters at Tanagra have some.
Yeah. Yeah, we met some of them.
Yeah.
Pretty cool looking.
Which does bring me. Tanagra is sworn to be neutral in all of these affairs. But I do have friends there.
Such as the Masters?
But one of them. The one who taught me for the most part.
Was that one of the ones that we fought with that day?
No, they are good men too, though. Odak. Lag. I trained with an elf man from Tychon. I would. You can tell that they are trying to follow their charter that they live by, that the code that they have sworn to, but there's not a lot of love for conflict there. Most of the teachers and students who are from Zeltenbrach are disenfranchised people. Most of the students who get sent there are either being forced to join the Sword of Astor for lack of resources and for not having anywhere else to go, or they're, sixth sons of high-ranking nobles who don't have anything else to do with their lives.
What kind of a choice would you be asking them to make? Would they be welcomed back? Would they be doing something they couldn't undo?
I don't know. It's just something that I will think about for a time. The people there struck me as honorable.
Fortress Nog would go a long way, considering what you said going up against the Swords of Asta.
Yeah.
My experience with them is limited, but frightening.
Yeah, the sword is going to be where most of the military, where the flesh and blood military is going to be coming from. And many of them were trained at Tanagra, and the rest of them were trained in Astor. Those who were trained in Tanagra I can vouch for being extremely strong and frightening and capable.
And those trained in Asta, we can see the results.
Even more so. Just something to have on the back burner. I don't think that they will veer away from their vows so easily, but I think if push were to come to shove, and they had to make a choice. I'm confident most of them right one.
Your master was from Tycon.
Yeah.
Which part?
I believe he was from a village outside Grasswind.
Perhaps it would help if they were to join our cause. That side, at least.
When they go there, they are supposed to forsake their homelands and any titles and claim that they have from their homes, but they still feel an attack. Also.
Clearly, based on your treatment, that is not as
Yes.
not done as well as it is said.
Correct.
Perhaps
I don't
that
blame
point
them
could
for
make-
that.
Well, that will have to be a conversation for another time, I think.
Yes, most likely. But like I said, something to keep in the back of your mind.
Mm.
Especially if we are able to rally the forces of the islands. And having access to Alakesh as a forge to create weapons with that anvil that they have would be beneficial as well.
Certainly would.
All the strategic resources can sometimes be more useful. Larger ones.
Is there someone in charge there? Alakash.
They have a council of master smiths. Generally, they accept orders from Tanagra for the most part, but similar, I think they are people of honor, and if they had to choose a side, I am confident they would choose this one. But the question is, at what point would they feel like they were forced to enter the debacle?
Perhaps we should pay them a visit sometime as well.
Sounds like it's going to be another one of those things where we need to have a little bit more behind us.
Yes. I think a lot of this should be said and done after we visit Tycon. And we'll see what results we are able to get there. I imagine that will be a long journey. And who knows? Maybe after Tycon we take a dive down, down. With that, we could probably get the pirates on our side.
Right. So what do we got to take care of in town before we do any of that business?
This
That book,
portfolio.
see if he
Right.
comes back with the chain, and then Rook and Celeste and potentially Ben need to plan a speech.
Fun, fun, fun.
In the meantime, I guess we'll take a look at that.
Wilson,
Yeah.
would you like to go speak to an old turtle with me while they bang their head on a wall?
And I'll head off to the temples and ask them. Just check in with them.
Okay. Go with Celeste first here.
Alright.
And easily kind of go around town, and you find there's a temple of Selyu. You can see there is a halfling woman with blonde hair that kind of like extends past. She's standing on like a little step stool, and her hair like goes past it to the ground below her. And you see she's got a bucket and a sponge, and she seems to be scrubbing off some like red paint off the side of it.
Oh, would you like help with that?
Oh yeah, that'd be great. I haven't seen you around.
Yes, hello, I'm Celeste. I'm a member of the Redoubt.
I remember you from the from that day. Yeah, Leora Warmarrow.
Nice to meet you.
Kind of like hands you a sponge. You can see somebody has just written in this like blood red paint across the side of the building the word repent. A little heavy-handed for my taste, but
Yeah, just a smidge. Ben told me about this, so I figured to go talk to some of the people down here and get opinions and get how you guys are basically feeling, so I could at least use that info to try to help people or help you
well,
guys.
it's not great, but if this is the worst of it, then so be it, you know?
Yeah,
Hasn't been
we
too
just
much outward violence lately.
Yeah, but it could take one thing to set anything off, and we'd want to avoid that.
Yeah, well, we're at that point where it's difficult to tell exactly who is instigating what anymore. As far as we know, some worshippers got into a brawl with some other worshippers. Then there were retaliations against people who weren't involved in that first brawl, and then there were retaliations against people who weren't involved in that. And it just has sort of become this passive-aggressive street fight where nobody's exactly certain who instigated it anymore.
But basically, it's circular and, if nothing done, unending.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Every so often things boil over.
I mean, how is that? How? I guess what I'm trying to ask is like, is safety the concern? Is
My concern is, yes, safety, but also just people in the city staying together and staying as a united front against those who would see them dead. If the time comes that war reaches our walls, people attacking us aren't going to care who you worship, who you follow, what you think about any of this. They're just going to care that you're inside the city, and that city now belongs to them. I doubt when a time comes for us all to be put to the sword, they'll have us fill out a form telling us who we worshipped.
and I'd be inclined to agree with you on that. We need a unified front, and as of how we're going to do that, well, we're discussing it, but figured the first thing we have to do is talk to the people, get direct opinions and concerns, and make sure that you guys' opinions are heard.
I just want it to stop.
I don't blame you. Well, is there anything else I can do to help?
Well, it sounds like you've already got some idea of what you're gonna do. I would just advise caution.
Yeah. And have you noticed anything else weird going on aside from the circular violence? I'm just making sure I have ends covered.
Not really, but I haven't really been able to much of an eye out on anything else.
Yeah, last time I came here was several months back, but, well, a few months back. And I went to the temples and there wasn't, I know there's certainly a smaller crowd of old church followers here, but I don't know. It's been difficult to get, the information out over the land, so it's a matter of I can give reassurances, but if they only reach 5 people and not people who might need to hear it farther away,
You could,
well,
you could try to call a sort of meeting, an assembly of sorts. Not a lot of people have been attending any of the temples one way or the other lately. It just seems to be fear.
yeah, no, that's honestly
It's not what faith is supposed to do for us in times like these. It's supposed to bring us comfort. Not right.
Right, it isn't. Well, let me help you clean this off, and maybe I can. I'll just keep walking around after
Sure.
that. Really.
Okay. Meanwhile, Millicent and Cinder and Tinsun fly on down to Edmonel. Couple hours flight. Somebody can roll a d10 for me.
I'll do it. 10. Okay.
Wow.
Did it.
Good winds. Takes you maybe 4 hours, 5 hours to get down there. Cold, rather chilly up in the clouds up here. You can make your way to the center of town where you know the town hall is. Like early afternoon at this point. Wander on in there.
Yeah.
Head over and just see who's there.
Number of people seem to be just kind of like sitting in chairs. They seem to be eating around. There is a person at a desk. Make an appointment with.
They approach and ask.
Okay. As you're standing there, just kind of like this person is just kind of like taking you in and just like seeing what exactly is going on. You see the hulking large turtle figure just kind of come through a door and kind of look around and he's kind of like,
oh, I remember you.
I was hoping you would.
Yeah, just I'm gonna talk to this guy for a little bit. That's all right, folks. Sorry about that. You look at what.
the people who are waiting are just like kind of takes you into like a little back office that's really just like a couple of large chairs and like a small little writing table.
What brings y'all back around to St. Emmanuel?
I was actually coming to hope to speak to you.
Here I am.
Last we spoke when I was here, I guess months ago now, we talked a little bit about both of our times down in the depths and told me a bit about where you used to live and the relationship with the Tritons that your people had.
Yeah, we trade with them, we get some information from them.
I have a friend who's searching for these kind of abstract libraries that apparently hold ancient information and all sorts of things, and apparently there's supposed to be a few of them scattered throughout the world. And I know that one apparently is supposed to be in the depths, and kind of connected with me, finally, that it sounded somewhat similar to the Tritons that you were referring to.
Yeah, I imagine there probably is.
Has anyone else ever came and asked you about this?
Couple of folks throughout the time I've been here. Most of the folks is curious about this whole situation with being a turtle and all that, but yeah, I've had a couple of interesting fellas come on by and find out what I know.
The thing that made me remember it, and I'll pull out my little notebook and show him. Been carrying this around for a while.
I like the flowers.
Personal touch. The writing was there before, but mentions a turtle who knows about this library and this situation down here, but
yeah, well, any of us would know about it. We all kind of live on the same island down there. Anybody, any one of us could have told someone who wrote this about that.
makes sense, but do your people make a habit of coming up here?
No. Yeah, only a couple have before me.
It's kind of what I thought.
Yeah.
You wouldn't happen to keep tabs on that or know who or perhaps where they went?
Anybody that's come up here, I think I'm the only one that's still up here. I think the rest of them went back down.
I see. And when did you come up?
2 years ago.
Okay. I think this book. Well, I don't know about the time frame on this book. I'm a little blurry on all that, so I'm not sure who it was referring to. That's why I wanted to come talk to you. I figured if anyone would know about this and your people, you.
Yeah, well, if you're interested, you can go down and visit. If you feel like it. My
And-
people are pretty open to visitors.
Out of character, when he described where he was from, I had an idea of where that was in the depths, right?
Yep.
I know I don't have like a map or something like that, but like I can like
There is a map of it on the wiki.
yeah, but Cinder wouldn't like have
No,
like
you
a
would
paper
have
map.
you would have
Be
an
like you
idea
live
where it
here.
would be.
Yeah. Okay.
Basically, just below what Aster is.
All right. Yeah, I think we might need to go down there sooner than I was expecting.
Now this fella in here talking about the Genasi and the Leviathans.
It's part of what the interest I had in the notebook was, yeah.
Well, then you definitely best be getting down here.
Does that have something to do with this?
Oh, yeah.
I know of. There are 4 Leviathans. I have accounted for 2. One of them was up here, and is no longer. We knocked him down. The other is dead. The last 2, I don't know, but I know that at least one of them is definitely in the depths. Is it
And the other one's in Araket,
Arquette?
the forest basin.
What?
The center of that big old forest.
I feel like I should have known that. It was part of why I came to travel, was to find them. That's where I'm from. The center of the forest is what's causing the problems for my people.
We learned a lot about these things from them folks. And, one of the things we learned was that one of them Leviathans was holding off darkness in that woods. And, that connection with the other three, it's important. There's power in that.
Did you know the name?
Of what?
Leviathan?
Araket.
That one was up. Said that in my.
That's what he's named, and that's what the basin's called after him. Something's corrupting that one. What they told me when they sent me up here. I come up, and I'm looking for things to do. Looking for a new environment, but they told me up here's they got 2 of them, them Leviathans. And you told me you was going after them, so I waited to see what would happen.
One was up north in the crumbling peaks. It was the reason they were crumbling. We were able to break it free from that prison, and it fell to the depths below. That one, to my best, that one I know was Asminar, or at least I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And then far to the south, the Spirelands, is the remains of Urilash, but not alive, but still present in a weird way. Spoke to our minds when we were down there.
Well, that gives you 3 out of the 4. Now I'll ask you this question. You know what my people are called?
No.
My species?
Well, Tortle. Tor?
Maybe you best be going down there.
See. You were just waiting for me to come back then?
Figured you would eventually. I get a lot of people coming and asking about these Leviathans, and a lot of people I don't like to tell them anything. Or I tell them something convenient, or something that's not, half true, something like that. But you and some other fella I got a good feeling from, so
Who was the other?
he actually asked about you when he came. Blonde fella.
This son of a bitch.
Oh, hate that.
Did he give you a name?
Nope, I didn't ask.
Neither did I the one time I met him.
He said he knew you. This was a couple of months ago.
We've crossed paths with him several times. He's interacted with all of us.
I figured you'd probably cross paths with him again.
Wish I'd better understood who the hell he was, but...
Yeah, well, I imagine he don't want you to know.
So imagine I do know, or I will know?
I imagine he don't want you to know.
Well, he's made that abundantly clear. But I suppose, just like everything else in time. What did you tell him? What did he ask about?
He was asking about all kinds of things. He was asking about Leviathans, too, and I got a good sense of people, and, well, I told him what I could tell him. I didn't think he was looking into them for the wrong reasons, so I gave him what information I felt like I could. Which is not that much. Most of what I know is secondhand from them folk in the library.
Do you know about what's down at Urilash?
Some weird business, and can't say I know for sure.
Connection to the grid lines.
I don't want to tell you anything that might not be true, but what I do remember, the Leviathans and the lattice are very connected. It's all got to do with the Ascension.
We learned a little about that, very little, when you were down there in the presence of Urilash. She offered a trial, and if you succeeded, it would give us a gift or some sort of explanation. And the trial was witnessing the final moments before the Ascension and surviving, and the payoff was some magical remnant of whatever it was, that when we touched it, it brought us into the lattice.
That is fascinating. Yeah, them folks back home, they got all kinds of theories about the lattice and the Ascension and the Leviathans. I don't know what is true and what's just myth at this point, but certainly something worth looking into if you want to figure out what's going on with our kid. It's what I'm sure you figured out already, but 2 of them were set to destroy, and 2 of them were to save and preserve. Only one of them is still doing that. The other one's been corrupted. Which I imagine is your boy Arakat.
So we didn't just make it worse. Urilash was, Asminar was trapped and also mad, and we just released it into the depths.
Well, it's
Hopefully.
outlived its purpose. I don't think it's still trying to destroy. I think it follows a code, and it's got strict guidelines based on what it's supposed to do. Its time for destroying is over. The Leviathans were unable to complete what they were here to do because of the Ascension.
That was what we saw in the last moments, was Urilash and Asminar terrorizing, destroying fleets, wreaking havoc,
And Araket and Tor were supposed to bring things back when they was done.
But instead, a bunch of really powerful mages interrupt the process.
Ah. So now where does that put us? Up here in the sky.
Something unnatural.
Living on borrowed time.
Magical bullshit happening in Seldenbrock.
Man, the surge ties in some way, I'm sure. But at the risk of paraphrasing and getting things wrong, I feel as though I probably ought not tell anything more. You gotta go down there and you gotta ask them yourself and figure it out. They got history. They got extensive history. And I feel as though they would be inclined to tell you, given your unique situation. Plus,
Oh.
you got Genasi with you, and they got that Merit down there. You know, they got that guardian of the library. It's a genie. It's a distant relative.
Kind of hoping that that distant relative can help us find a not so distant one. Wouldn't happen to have heard about any of the other libraries, would you?
Nothing definitive. There's a lot of theories about them. I believe there's one somewhere in Tycon. I believe there's one somewhere in the ladder, and I believe there's one somewhere on the southeastern continent.
Amelia, I think yours is the last one he's talking about.
My dad?
And I think that's the one in town.
No, Tycon.
Icon?
He's in Tycon.
The
That I
one
do
in
know.
the one in the ladder is being watched over by Ginny. One of them windy boys. And one in the southeast being watched over by the Afridi.
Are we not on Shavuric somewhere?
Somewhere in there. Either there or the islands.
Oh.
All I know is there ain't one in God's Hold and there ain't one in Zeltenbrock. And I think there's probably bitter about that fact.
This is a lot more than I was expecting to learn today. Really glad we came to speak.
Me too. I'm waiting. And you'll find more if you manage to get down to my home.
I will do that. It's just going to be a matter of when.
Yep, and no matter how you're gonna get back up.
Heard something about some waterfall washed over by one of these.
The Merid.
Down
Yeah,
below.
you'll meet him. You go to that library.
potentially have some way around Rise, because I'm sure you're aware of everything
He
going on
does.
right now. Rise is not great.
It's just gonna be a question of if it lets you make use of it.
Hopefully we can be convincing.
Yeah, I think you could. I did.
That was how you came up?
That's how I came up. One of the times I came up through Rise the other time.
How many times have you been up and down?
Just the two.
And the most recent one was 2 years? You were here before that?
Yeah, I came up a couple decades back just to see what was going on right after the surge. Inquiring minds back home, you know.
Find anything interesting then?
Not really. Everything up here was weird to me back then because I didn't know anything about what went on up here.
I understand that experience.
You get used to it. Seemed like you
Unfortunately.
adjusted more between now and the last time I saw you, a long time ago. It grows on you.
People are important.
Aye, that much is true.
Well, I appreciate your time and letting me interrupt your
Like I said, I've
schedule.
been waiting for you to come back.
Well, hopefully when I come back again, I can have more information for you.
Maybe I will too.
Should I mention you when I go down there?
Sure.
Alright. Millicent, do you have any questions about your side of things? Seems more knowledgeable than most people we come across.
Honestly, that's a lot going on.
That's the one thing you can find out about everywhere up here. There's a lot going on.
I mean, I think I know how to find my dad. I don't think I need.
That's good.
Is the one down below, is he the, what, do you know what element?
He's married. He's a water boy.
That's what I was thinking. I guess to get to the library, I guess, what are these tridents? I've never heard of a trident, right? I'm assuming.
Fish boy. Fish man.
Oh.
Kind of
Are they gonna
like a sea
give us
elf,
problems?
sorta.
Hmm.
Nah, they oversee the library. But they generally peaceable folk, as long as you don't piss
Okay.
them off.
Okay. That was my only question, is if we're gonna go down there, if we should be aware of that, but this will be fine.
We have other
Yeah,
things to worry about more.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds like you guys have been getting involved in a lot of nasty stuff over here.
Yeah. And I have certain people I don't want to see when I go back down there. So.
Mm. Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your help.
Bye. Hope you find what you're looking for down there.
Hope so too.
Hope. I just hope to figure out what it is I'm looking for down there.
That's the first question to answer. Well, come back up and see me when you're done down there.
I'll do that. Head out.
Alright. I was wondering when you were going to go back and see Ubo.
Oh, Ubo.
My
Meanwhile-
notes aren't great, but they're good enough.
I got some.
Meanwhile, back in Casa de Ben.
Just me and Julia and Ben's dad sitting in a room.
Ben's there.
And Ben's there.
Ben is there.
Jen's-
Is he
oh,
helping
Jen's
decipher?
He's just doing what he can. So you can do an inspiration for Halvad if you'd like.
All right. Moment of just clearing our minds here. Let's play a little tune on the flute. Give him an inspiration.
You can go ahead and he'll be making an Arcana check with advantage. So this will be, you can roll a d20 with advantage plus 9.
Okay, I'll just.
Plus your inspiration. That's a 26. And that's a 30, which is what I was looking for.
Ooh.
You guys stare at this for the rest of the day.
Don't you see it's moving right there? The words are moving.
He's able to pin down a few more of these magically guarded ciphers. Julia is able to help you guys kind of identify some of these sort of topographical diagrams that are written here. It's difficult to ascertain exactly what's going on, but towards the sundown, at the time when everybody's kind of coming back in, you guys realize that there are a few different categories of things that are being written about here. One of them seems to pertain to, and you see this word come up a few times, and you start to realize the pattern in the cipher that is tied to this word, and you do see that there's something referring to the Institute. You also see that there is another section of this that seems to be tied to Aster, and another part of it that seems, and the part that has the smallest amount of information seems to be tied to Panacea. But all of this, in some way or another, is part of the same story that Byron was trying to unravel. And you get the feeling that some of this stuff, some of the weird, ciphered information, is not ciphers that he himself created, but that he found on other parts, on other pieces of information, other notes, other written records that he found somewhere and transcribed over and was trying to translate. And some of it is stuff that he purposely obfuscated himself or had mages obfuscate for him so that nobody would know what he was talking about. That is what you are able to get here.
So this is something about the Institute that's tied to Aster, that's tied to Panacea, and that's what we get, right? More or less. Okay.
Pretty much.
And we'd be... Is there more of this to decipher then?
Yep.
To press further into? Okay.
But that's what you're able to get with that time.
Yeah.
And everybody kind of comes back in.
Well, that was an interesting day.
Mm-hmm.
How do you do?
Honestly, the information I got is largely what we expected. There's a circular amount of violence of groups perpetrating things against each other, and some of the local leaders at least just want unification because they know that a greater force is on the way. And so, stuff we already had an idea of, so that honestly uneventful on my end.
Book just has a chalkboard that has the Institute in the middle, and it's Aster.
You get a red screen. The conspiracy.
I see you need more time.
Yes, we need more time.
Well, it looks like good progress for one day. We're gonna spend a few here while the mayor
Yeah, I
waiting for
think
the
we're getting
mayor
pretty
anyway.
close. We're on the cusp of something here.
Something big.
Something big.
I don't know what the fuck that is, but
How How much coffee have you all had today?
Too much.
It's just good to go.
All of it, I think.
That's a lot
Shit.
of coffee.
We talked to Turtle Man, who was from down
Mhm.
below, and I'm pretty sure that we now know where the last two Leviathans are.
Mm-hmm.
And for sure that, yes, that is one of the libraries, and yes, they would welcome us. And the library is also where the Merid that controls the waterfall and has a way up other than Rise lives.
Oh, wow. That's a productive conversation.
Well, so what's our way down then?
That's the question.
Great.
But
If we could magically have a boat and wherever we land, then that'd be fantastic, because I could just float us down there, but
well, I know where the island that we're interested in is.
uh-huh.
It's right below Asta.
Mm-hmm.
Great, well. Just do a flyby of Aster when you all jump off the ship that Jensung has.
Yeah. It'll go. Nothing can go wrong.
I don't know if that's necessarily the best idea, but
Where, just for remembering, where was that raid that Mira was doing happening?
there.
Aster.
Hmm.
Just
Convenient.
thought I'd
That's too soon.
refresh that little
Gotta
detail.
do icon stuff. Plus, we already did her favor, so
Well, we did one to earn her respect, two
to earn her love.
to
I was gonna say
To earn
double
love.
respect, but
to earn the trust of the biggest fleet in the Unnamed Islands.
Well,
And
sure, but she's still
and
going to be loyal
agents.
to the leader.
Yes, but we're saying it's a very good opportunity.
All right, well, put a
add
pin
that
in
to the long list of possibilities.
It's also,
yeah.
well, it's on the long list of possibilities that dries up next week.
Yeah,
It's the only one that we have on a time frame right now.
it's true.
Also, potentially worth noting, we found out where the last two Leviathans are. One of them is on that island. Tool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my mind was blown.
That's so little on the
Don't know
nose.
how. Yeah, I don't know how I didn't connect those
Is it
dots.
just like a
Mm.
giant turtle?
Maybe.
We'll find out, or I hope so.
Seems very likely now.
Nice.
And apparently, the last one is the thing in the middle of my forest causing my people problems.
Oh,
Yeah, that one I was not expecting.
The one that's meant to preserve life is corrupted and
I
is
was gonna
causing
say,
problems.
aren't the only two left? The two that we haven't met yet. Aren't those supposed to be the good ones?
Apparently, it got corrupted somehow by something on the other side.
On the other
It
side
was
of
the one note.
Okay.
Wherever the fuck they're from or whatever the fuck it's dealing with, I'm not really clear on that. And this was the Life Giver.
Oh. Good.
But talking with Ubo and recalling conversations he had with the Tritons of the library down below, the purpose of the Leviathans was maintaining some semblance of order. The two were supposed to destroy the world, and the other two were supposed to recreate it in the wake. And the Ascension is what interrupted that and prevented it, and that's what we saw was Urilash and Azimar executing their purpose for being, and something getting in the way. And now we're here. So, and Asminar is dead, and Urilash no longer serves a purpose,
Other way
and
around.
he's back down in the depths.
Other way around.
So-
Yeah.
Oh yes. Urilash is dead. Asminar is back down in the depths now. So I kind of want to see what can of worms we opened, because I think if you want to know about the surge,
I do.
I think this is how we're going to learn about the surge.
What do they have to do about the surge? When the surge happened, one was dead, one was locked up, and two were down below.
That's what Ubo mentioned being a concern with the people in the library, and the Ascension was putting pause on the purpose of the Leviathans, but not everything lasts forever. Something is changing. And if it's avoiding them was the original intent, the change might be scary.
Well, great.
I want to go down more than ever.
Another thing on the list.
Another thing on the list.
As I'm sure I don't need to say this, but all of that is obviously very important for the mission that you have been sent on and the reason why you were up here. But it doesn't have too much to do with what's going on with us and this war.
Suppose not.
Yeah.
As long as the surge... I don't know, I just think it's going to come up soon.
I'm sure
I-
it's connected in some way to
Everything.
all of this bullshit, like everything else is, but
I'm sure a war is gonna continue soon as well, though.
that's true.
I'm just gonna sit in God's hold forever.
No, and the longer they sit there without doing anything, the worse it gets for us, because it means they're just amassing more and more.
Yeah.
So speeches.
Speeches.
I'll work out on it at some point, but I'd like to know whether or not I have the chain. That way I can work it into the speech, you know?
Sure. Well, he's still going to be
Well,
gone
just
for
start the
another
speech
couple of
now
days.
and just, yeah. You still start a speech.
Okay, I'll think of some clever lines. Will it be both of us speaking, Celeste?
I would imagine as such, since
And I'll be there too.
I figured we probably.
Three of
That's
us
good.
speaking.
I mean, at least two of us speaking, and the rest of us, or at least our group, on stage.
Yeah, present.
Presence, yeah.
And we said all cards on the table.
I mean,
Minus my one card.
yeah. That one's a
Almost
hard
all
sell.
the cards on the table. Almost all the cards on the table.
2 of 3.
Is Julia one of those cards that
No.
we're putting on the table?
No, we should not.
Not right
Okay.
now. I don't think that would solve the problem at all.
I don't think it would.
No. That's our back pocket
All
card.
right. We're doing your card and half of mine.
Yeah, it's the
More like a quarter of yours.
yeah.
Yeah.
But also, it's the part that is believable, like to any
But
random
that
stranger who
matters.
doesn't know. Yes. How do we even want? Do we want to discuss that now, or just?
I mean,
No time
you
like
have,
the
you have
present.
a couple days. Yeah, you have a couple days, so
Put it in these
start
couple-
brainstorming.
Yeah, start brainstorming.
Okay.
By that I mean, I'll think of it between this week and the next week of playing.
And by that, he means he'll think of it 5 minutes before he's forced to say it next week.
Yeah.
Well, you guys can go to bed for this night.
All right.
What do you want to do with your next day here.
More portfolio solving.
All right, you can do another one of those rolls.
I could
Good.
help them at all with guidance because I
Okay, you
wasn't
have to
gonna
be
do
there for
much.
like the whole day, just doing that over and over. But you can do that.
that'd be fine.
I'm gonna ask Cinder some questions about his spirit. Since I have nothing else to do. Wow. Wow, that's a roll.
You don't
My
really get
God.
too much more from that day.
Oh, damn it.
That's a bummer.
Brooke, you have that red string that you've been pinning to the wall.
What is Pepe Sylvia? What?
I don't understand.
Brooke, you're looking at an ad for a sandwich.
How does a sandwich tie in?
What does the sandwich mean?
Where does it go on a board?
Where did this coffee stain come from?
That's my lunch.
It's the sandwich is just stabbed to the board.
Millicent, at some point during this insanity,
Oh.
you can go approach Cinder.
Okay. Because what else am I gonna do?
I was in the same boat. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
okay.
But like, hey Cinder. So you know your spirit thing? Like, how long have you known your spirit?
It's kind of weird. I think he's the reason I'm me.
Yeah,
I've
kinda.
known him, like, since I've been alive. It's been like a part of it.
Yup.
Because I'm just trying to figure out. I pull up the cube. Apparently, like, this can be a thing. So I don't know what to do about it. So I feel like since you guys are kind of connected to this cube thing, maybe you guys can give me some insight on what to concentrate. I don't
Bring
know.
him out and
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's like
Look
5
at-
feet tall now.
Oh,
still not used to that.
Yeah, that's weird.
yeah. Interesting.
Look at our crystals. Does it look any different with his changes, or is it same as it was?
Make an investigation check.
Let's see. Just imagine him as like a fire, like a choke in the.
Oh my god.
It looks like it might be like a little bit longer and more curved.
Magic rock is still made of rock.
How about
Yes,
mine?
the floor here is made of floor. Yours looks like a star bit still.
No starbit.
I
Oh.
am still not really clear on what these come from. I know it's supposed to be Leviathan related, but or elemental related, but that's the same thing.
It's like Leviathan goo.
Oh.
It's like ectoplasm, but for elementals.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Just kind of hand it to him.
You got any tips for me to help with this? I want to practice, but I kind of stuck. Since that one time.
You talking to me or talking to you?
I don't know, I need both of you, really.
I don't know. Just keep doing whatever it
I-
was you were doing before.
And I don't really have a. This connection isn't really something practiced or understood. It just kind of is. At least to me. I don't know if you had a more active hand in it. When
Not really. I've just been sort of growing along the same time as you.
But like
Okay.
you were around before I was. Did you pick me, or did you just one day
Yeah.
we were a thing? Like how did that?
I
Yeah.
think it's pretty much that. Like
Okay.
before I was bonded to you, I didn't really like think, or I was just kind of there doing fiery things.
Hmm.
But the longer I've been attached to you, and the stronger you've gotten, the more here I am.
So
See.
time and get stronger. I can
And-
get stronger.
I think we might be able to ask some of these questions in the library down below, or if we ever go back to my base, and I might be able to ask.
What did you do when you summoned the little rock thing last time?
I don't know. It's just they just kind of concentrated, and then it just kind of appeared.
Okay, do it.
And then
Do it now.
okay, she's gonna attempt to try to do whatever she's trying.
Make a wisdom check.
I don't. Okay.
She'd spent like all day meditating. She
Yeah.
Bit
Something like
hard
that.
to do on command.
That's what I imagine. Like she's just sitting there trying to
Just kinda
meditate.
like-
That's what she's. Intense stare.
Nothing happens.
It's only like a minute. Ugh.
Spend some more time doing that, like you did last time.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for trying to help. I really have no clue. Thought maybe get a little bit more.
Sorry I don't have more context, but perhaps we'll learn more together. I think it's something that would be good to understand, at least for my people.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Those
I guess I'll do it.
That may not be an immediate thing. As he mentioned earlier, I kind of got a little wrapped up in it, finally having a lead for myself, but I think a little more patience still, fortunately.
Okay. I'll try. I guess I'll do this outside. I'll go outside and go. That's what I'm gonna be doing the whole time. They're
Okay,
trying to do.
make another wisdom check for
conspiracy.
me.
Like that's probably what I'm gonna do the rest of the time here. Wisdom. Oh.
Okay. You sit out there for a
20.
while, and
Yeah.
you just kind of try to meditate as best you can. Try to clear your mind, empty your thoughts, stare at this multifaceted blue rock. And after a while, time just kind of seems to slow to like a thick syrup.
Yeah.
And after a little bit, you just find yourself kind of almost dozing, and then you kind of
Oh no.
focus your vision, and you see this little pile of rocks in like a humanoid shape just kind of sitting on its butt on the ground in front of you, feet splayed out, just kind of like looking at you. It seems like there's no eyes or anything on it, but
Yeah. I did it! I did it! Trying to
Just
like,
kinda like-
touch it.
just, you can touch it. It feels like rocks,
Does it move at all? Does it like make any attempt to like
but like the Pillsbury
Ooh.
Doughboy.
or like does it like
No.
react to me like approaching it?
It just
or anything?
kind of like shies away for a second, but it lets you touch it, and then it just kind of like reaches out towards that blue crystal and just kind of like prods at it.
I like kind of like bring it closer to it, like.
It just kind of like holds on to it. This thing is like maybe this big.
Oh, so cute.
It's just like holding it.
Yeah. It's like, look around, like, dinner, Celeste, Rob, look what I'm doing. It's called anybody.
Is anyone seeing this?
No.
No one's around. Anybody's just so cool. Do you have a name? He's like staring at it.
It's just kind of like looking at the crystal thing.
I'll give you a name. I'll call you Dwayne. I had to.
The disappointment there is pretty good.
Imagine a rock guy.
The rocks just.
Don't give me
Now
it. We'll workshop it again.
I was in 2 campaigns.
We had a Earth Elemental in Out of the Abyss whose name was Dwayne the John Roxon.
No, it was Rock the John Dwayne's or
Was that-
Rock the John Dwayneson or something.
Was that it? It was something else, like
Good.
It's like, okay, all right, we'll workshop it. We'll workshop it. Apparently, I'm not great with names. I have a
It's like
creative
nightfall at
streak.
this point, and you hear this like, as you see the mayor just kind of like rolling up to you. It's like, that was weird.
Isn't it cool?
I mean, it was a pile of rocks, but
But it's like four, and it was holding on, and it's like.
you guys see him kind of come on in, and he just kind of pulls out a satchel and just sets it on the table. Your chain, sir.
Oh,
oh,
thank you.
wasn't sure that would work out.
Nope. They saw the point. Took a little bit, but they saw the point.
He very much appreciates it.
And you
I
guys
suppose someone can identify this here.
will post what it does.
Yeah.
Requires attunement like any of the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
I like it, but
I wanted to be interested in the Rusty thing, but this does seem more like you. Both contextually and mechanically.
I like it.
Saint of Liberators, man. It's gonna...
It's like slide it towards me on the table.
It's like, mine?
It's basically just like 2 feet of wrought iron chain.
Would be opposed to me having this.
Go ahead.
Oh, I should say the second thing is also once per short rest.
The ending,
Yeah. What is this one called? It's just
Chain of Saint Rusty.
okay.
All right, so we
Great.
got that.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's time for a speech. Which we could maybe have I don't know, some sort of organized calling of the people.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
which probably
Suddenly,
like
you guys hear like a knock at the door.
Oh,
You hear Nathan outside. There are people here to see you all. See, Julia just kind of like
Yeah, it's a scarce.
backs out and goes up the stairs.
what kind of people?
Yes.
You hear another voice that none of you recognize. We're here to accept the terms of your surrender and offer our
Oh.
own.
oh
Oh, I'll just go over and open the door.
You see standing out there an Azamar man with silvery hair, well coiffed, well cropped, wearing just kind of very nice white robes. Celeste, you recognize this as Elric Thalmar, the Bishop of Life and Death in the Church of God's Hold. And you also see a human woman in her mid-30s with she's tall and she's got curly dark brown hair, taller than he is, probably about 6 feet, with the usual BI uniform. And and she's holding a couple of different documents. They're just kind of standing there.
She looked familiar to me.
No.
Okay.
We have our terms that we would like to discuss with you all.
Well, come on in.
Just kind of nod and enter. And we'll go ahead and stop there.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Here it's like, all right, we'll do a speech. And ding dong, it's the bishop.
Ding
Knock,
dong.
knock. It's Gotthold.
Knocking at your door. Knock, knock.
Rook
Yeah.
lets them in and stabs them in the throat.
Yeah.
Come
Might
on.
not. You might not like it as much
Oh,
as you think
boy.
you might.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
These are two very strong people.
Yes, I imagine.
He's an animal.
Yes.
They did come alone to the capital of the their enemy nation, so
Exactly.
they're either very stupid or very confident. Either way, bad touch.
All right. Well, we are not going to be here next week, but we will be back on the 20th of April for whatever this is.
Yeah, there goes our plans of speech.
Whatever
Yeah.
awaits us.
Biggest
Now
goat
I
leader.
can plan a speech for 2 weeks.
Uh-huh.
It's true.
I,
And then we will not do it.
Yeah. We'll see how well this talk goes first.
Oh, there'll be a speech. Just you wait.
It's just not going to be for the people. It's going to be for two schmucks that happen to walk in the door.
Yeah.
oh, this lovely chain.
Not even attuned to that yet. He just freaking killed a man with that.
Start beating him with it.
Yeah.
It's what Rusty would have wanted. Zor 3.0.
yeah.
All right. Well, we will see you guys in 2 weeks.
Yes.
Until then, I don't know. I don't have anything I say at the end, so bye.
Good night.